And we get rolling on the Krueg Show after Game 6 of the NBA Finals. And if you're a Warrior fan, you just want to laugh. If you're a Warrior fan and you want to feel great, if you're a Warrior fan and you want to drink a little champagne tonight, there we go, a little Golden State. Oh, here we go.
Nick J's right. That's
yes. Oh, yes.
Number 4.
Then he kicks it out the Wiggins drive.
Warrior.
Monster slam!
The Monster Slam. Welcome to the Krueg Show. Welcome to the Krueg Show. I'm Larry Krueger. On the bottom of the screen, Dan Coccimiglio. The great Cyrus Saatsaz will be in the house later on. Ryan Smith in the house. And we definitely want to hear from you tonight in the chat or when we put out the phone calls. Let's take some calls tonight. We'll take some video calls. We'll take a video call. We'll take an audio call or two. And we're going to have a lot of fun because the Golden State Warriors are once again NBA champions on top of the basketball world again, 4th time in 8 years, 9 rings for Steve Kerr. The dynasty continues for Golden State. Everybody said they basically could not do it. They lose game 1 of the finals and they come roaring back and they win this thing. And Jason makes the first donation of the night. When the hell are we going to get to do this for the 49ers? Damn it. Congrats, Dubs, though. The Bay Area rejoicing tonight because the Warriors are champions. The parade is set for Monday. It will begin in San Francisco and end in San Francisco. It's going to start at 11:20 a.m. on Market and Main. It will go about a mile to Market and 6th Street, and it starts at 11:20 a.m. and it will end at 2 p.m. So I'm sure hundreds of thousands. What's that, Danny?
When is it going to be? When did you say?
It's going to be Monday. Monday
awesome.
At 11:20 in the morning. And the Dubs are champions once again. And what an incredible performance this was. I feel vindicated, guys, because I had this series pegged. I've been wrong a lot, but man, I had this one pegged. And we talked to Larry Harris earlier today, and I said, Larry, what was it like at walkthrough? And he said, we saw everything we wanted to see. All the guys were calm and they were confident. They were focused. I mean, this is a guy who's seen a lot of NBA, pregame walkthroughs. And so that was a great indication. And then Boston gets out to a hot start early, and it looked like, wow, Boston may run away and hide. And then Golden State just took it. And Steph Curry was literally sizing his left hand for rings in the third quarter, but halfway through the third quarter. And then Boston got back into it after some flopping calls, and Golden State, like a champion that they are, finished down the stretch with some incredible basketball, and Golden State wins it. The final 103-90. Golden State wins the title by 13 points, and they win it in 6 games, 4 games to 2. Guys, an incredible night, an emotional night for Steph Curry. An emotional night for all Warriors fans. I'm so happy for everybody. I feel so sad for Tim Roy because I think Tim Roy was ill and could not make it to Boston. So I think Fitz was on the call. Tim Roy deserved to be there. But I thought it was interesting that Joe Lacob said that this was the most meaningful of the titles. And it's like you get there that first time and it's like they were ahead of their time. It's like they didn't know they were supposed to be there. And then those KD teams were just stacked. And then the last couple years have just been like, are they ever going to get back there? And they were circling the wagons for this year. They're going to get Draymond and Clay and Steph all back together. And it was a gradual thing throughout the year, but man, watching them finish. And I don't know if they'll get more rings down the road. We can just discuss that. I'm not sure where the dynasty sits with the great dynasties of all time. But for tonight, toast to the Warriors once again on top of the basketball world, champions once again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't have my water here. I don't have my drink with me, but I just got a couple things to say, and I hate to start the show off but I'm a little irritated this way. I just looked on Twitter to see what was popped up, and the first thing is, Skip Bayless, you're an idiot. Okay, you're just
don't even give him airtime.
Idiot.
Who cares about
He
him?
says Steph needed KD to lift
Skip
him
Bayless.
past.
Wait a second. The Skip Bayless is an idiot comment. We toast to that as well.
Yeah.
Hey.
He said Steph needed KD to lift him past LeBron, but the Celtics literally handed him these 2 trophies. But let's listen.
Stop. Stop.
Let's hear
Hot
what
takes.
Yeah.
Who
Let's
cares?
listen to what Seth Curry says, Steph's brother. And this is
And this
absolute
segment is
100%.
Dan Reed's tweets brought to you by
Steph says, "Don't talk about Steph again, unless it's in a convo with the time great players." And he wrote, "We're
still workshopping the segment, everyone."
He means to say all-time great players, and I mean a handful of people to ever touch a basketball. And I've got to say, this is just the sweetest one to me because of what they went through the last 2 years, hitting rock bottom in 2020 when they won 15 games and lost like 50, and then last year missing the playoffs and getting knocked out in the play-in game, and then Wiseman, they do it without a center, basically a traditional center, so to speak, all year long. They only have one center in Looney. They don't even have a backup center. And they win the championship. I mean, Otto Porter.
They won the championship off the back of offensive rebounding and just overall rebounding. Like if you looked at the halftime stats of this game, the difference was the rebounding. Here, I'm pulling it up right now.
And the 3-point line. The Golden State was like plus 21 at the 3-point line at halftime, and they were plus 9 on the glass at the break. So, yeah, there's no question. They did it by rebounding. Isn't that ironic? All the talk of, would James Wiseman come back and were the Warriors a donut team? And they go plus 9 on the glass in the first half of this game. They were, and then you knew Golden State guys was going to have a big night, one of these games at the 3-point line, and they did tonight. Plus 21 on the 3-point line. Golden State went on a huge run. What was it? 21-0 run in the second quarter. I mean, that was huge, and it just basically just ripped Boston ripped Boston's heart out, ripped the hearts of their fans out right in front of their face. It was just a sweet night to be a Warrior fan for sure.
And I thought Draymond maybe might have been the star of the game tonight. He was
Wasn't he
just
great?
unbelievable.
He was phenomenal. Kevin McKelligan, by the way, donates $1.99. He says, "This is the pinnacle. Any more rings is gravy, in my opinion." Tom Pierce says, "Game 6 Dre." To your point, Danny. Draymond was spectacular, Danny.
I have the moment where the whole game turned when they were down. They're down 12-2 to start the game.
14-2, Ryan. 14.
Oh, it was 14-2. Okay.
Yeah.
It was this. Draymond hits the corner 3.
Yes.
Which couldn't be more demoralizing. What I wrote down in my notes is Curry off-ball swag 3, where he just hid behind Peyton, did that thing. That was the very next possession.
That was like a leaner.
Yeah. And then the very next possession after that, Poole hits the bank shot 3. Boom, 9-0 run. Bang. And then it ended up, ballooning to 21-0. But that was, how about, an underrated shot was Draymond at the end of the shot clock after the other Grant Williams. You could see like Grant Williams was like kind of needling Draymond, getting in his chest, and Draymond kept pushing him away.
Oh, you talking about the foul line jumper?
Yeah. Pass to Draymond, who shoots like a 17-footer.
Just past the foul line,
just wet.
I know. Man. Draymond was awesome. And his intensity, all the defense, the
amount of steals that he got. It was a steal fest, fellas.
Yes.
It was. What did the Celtics have? Like 25 turnovers? We had like 19. It was crazy. Draymond stealing the ball. There was a few times where I was like, okay, Draymond, let's maybe not throw the behind the back pass. Like, I know you just stole it, so like I can't get mad at you, but like he was doing kind of that. Clay was hitting shots early, but he also was doing a lot of stupid stuff. But it was all right because we were getting steals, we were aggressive, and
And they were sharing. I mean, look at the balanced scoring in that first quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Green, Curry, Thompson, Poole had 5 points each. Peyton had 4. And Golden State was up 27-22. To me, when the first quarter ended and Golden State was walking back to the huddle and they're up 27-22, and they didn't just withstand Boston's run, but they actually took a 5-point lead into the end of the first quarter. As a Warrior fan, you're feeling really, really good. And then Golden State goes on a 21-0 run. Yep. And it's 54-39 at the break. And you're sitting there going, all right, Golden State's winning at the 3-point line. They're winning on the glass. Peyton had first half plus 17 for GP2. He was fantastic. Golden State had a 9-2 edge on the offensive glass in that first half. And, it was just to me, Peyton was fantastic in the first half. 13 minutes, 4 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and a block. And he had the best plus minus of anybody on the floor. I mean, he was absolutely stunning to watch. And then I thought the most entertaining part of this game, guys, was the third quarter, because Green hits the corner 3, and now Horford gets hot. He hits a corner 3, and now Curry hits a deep 3, and now Horford hits another 3, and Otto Porter starts getting in the mix.
Porter
he hits a 3. Then Curry hits another deep 3. Then Horford hits another 3. Then Porter hits another 3. Then Curry hits another deep 3, and then Curry, starts pointing to his ring finger with the Warriors up 22 mid third quarter. And I got to be honest, at that point, I tweeted something and then untweeted it. I tweeted a picture of Steph looking at his ring, and I tweeted ball game. And then I untweeted it.
You got nervous. You got nervous. Oh.
No. I mean, I deleted it as soon as I said it because I'm looking at the clock going, what kind of a jackass? I'm reading the TV and Curry looks like it's done. But guess what? It ain't done. So I just took that tweet down really quick.
Dusty Baker, Rust Ortiz. Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Also lost in that 3-point
Boston. I was just going to say Boston. Then as soon as I tweet out it's game over, Boston goes on a 16-4 run to end the third quarter, and it's 74-64 going to the fourth, and they had momentum.
I didn't think I thought the Warriors would withstand it just because of they had taken so much and they knew what they had to do, and they weren't going to let off the gas. They weren't going to experience a game one. Remember what I said the night after game one? I said this could be a real blessing, game one, the way they lost, because they will not blow another game. And they didn't. They took whenever they got the lead, they didn't let off. I'd love comment by Adata84. I don't know if you see that one. If you could put that one up.
Adata84. All right.
Says,
don't
and
see
it's
it.
Such a great point. It's
Could you just read it, Danny? Just read it.
I'll just read it. I just lost it. Where did it go?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Hold on. I had it, and it just I'll come back to it. But I moved it to see where it was, and he said something about all the here it is. So much national attention was put on the Boston defense, yet it was the Warriors who held the Celtics to under 100 points 4 times. Feels great, baby.
Well, I think
no question.
I don't think we should denigrate the Boston offense, though, mostly because it makes Steph Curry look better. But also, I think it just really was, kind of a generational defense. The problem is we had the second best defense in the league, and our offense was consistent. Normally, we're like 115 a game type team. Boston, give them credit. They pretty much held us between 103 and 107 the entire series. But guess what? It was consistent. And Boston's offense is not consistent because their only move is drive and kick. And if the threes aren't going,
they don't have a point guard.
They have no point guard. Not only that, they weren't at all trying to run. I mean, Boston never got any real fast break points at all. I mean, I'd love to see Boston's total number of fast break points in this series. It was virtually nothing. They basically played entirely in the half court. And Golden State did an incredible job at clamping down the defense and just playing really, really smart. The series started with Derek White incredibly hot. It ended with him in a deep freeze. They turned off his water. They turned off Smart's water for the most part. They allowed Jaylen Brown and Tatum to take those outside shots. but those guys are not the high percentage 3-point shooters that you typically want taking those shots. They're more rhythm players from the perimeter. And I thought when I saw Boston on the very first possession of the game, guys, do exactly what I said they ought to do earlier today, which is
go into Horford?
Throw the entry pass right in the key to either Williams, Horford, or Tatum. And Horford scored easy on that first bucket. I thought, okay, Boston's got the game plan. Let's see if they stay with it. But they didn't. They didn't stay with it, and their lack of a point guard burned them. And the prediction I made was Golden State was going to win in 6. And what I saw coming was as the series progressed, I thought with Boston without a point guard and the Warriors having GP2 back, that the Warriors would harass and harangue Boston into more turnovers, while Golden State on their end of the ledger had kind of controlled their turnover issue. And that's kind of the way it shook out. I mean, Boston, I'd love to see it for like the last 3 games, but I think Warriors had a decided advantage in the turnover margin if you combine those last 3. Tom Pierce donates $5 and says, Game 6, Draymond. Draymond was fantastic tonight, and it was true vindication. Not only is it sweet for the Warriors to win in Boston, not only is it sweet to win in front of a crowd that was chanting, fuck you, Draymond, it's absolutely incredible to see Draymond get a little payback and demonstrate for all the people who, maybe doubted him, that he's got the total game. 12 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks, and outside of GP2, who was plus 18, Draymond's plus 16 was the best of any player on the floor. So they got an up close look at what championship caliber Draymond Green really means under the bright lights under prime time.
And I think what that was all about was Draymond. It just took him the first 3-4 games to adjust to what was going on, and he just focused tonight. You could see a total focus. That one call where they called a block on him, and to me it looked like it was a charge.
Are you talking about the one on Horford? Was it Horford against him?
Yeah, right down on
my God. Horford ran him over.
Yeah, exactly. But did you notice what Draymond did? He got up.
Yeah, he was locked in.
He was locked in. When he locked in
on Warriors,
he's the second best player on the court tonight. I mean, tonight he might have been the best, but when he's locked in, he's probably the second best player on the court because he does so much. I mean, you could say, Tatum, but Draymond, he's stealing, he's blocking, he's getting rebounds, he's getting all the assists, he's running the offense, he's running the pace. He was the catalyst tonight, and I think if you had that Draymond tonight from the beginning, it might have been a sweep.
Yeah, I mean, I think Draymond, he can't quite, that was him reaching deep into his bag and pulling out, he basically played this game like, I'm not even worried about a game 7. I don't care if my body's in. This is Steve Kerr booked. The team booked some party event at some casino near Boston. It was over. They knew it was over. And Draymond played.
When did they book it? Mid-third quarter.
Right. They booked it.
Yeah.
Right before your tweet. Then they pulled it.
Yeah.
Well, forget my tweet, by the way, for a second. Somebody said, tweet your gut. Here it is. Here's the one. I just eliminated there. It says Digital Drew Krueg, ESPN leading with Steph pointing at the ring finger is in the lead story. Have the stones. Tweet your gut. I did tweet my gut, and then I thought, man, I'm going to look like a jackass, and people are going to call me I jinxed it, and so on and so forth. So I detweeted or untweeted in fear.
Wait, Lair, I got to respond to the chat. There's 2 things that keep getting brought up, so I have to respond. First one is about me not washing the jersey. I
don't wash it.
The slight dampness. I washed it. I washed it before the game. Yeah, I mean it was huge. It was huge by me.
Did you say before the game?
You're not afraid. You're not afraid of jinxes.
I didn't. Also, Dossie has been coming at my neck because I've been saying Boston was a better team. I still think
you did say that. We could throw that back at you.
Mute that guy. Mute him.
No, I still think Boston's a better team.
He's doubling down.
You know what?
No, but I picked the Warriors in 7.
doubling down.
You know what, Rye? You did say Boston was better. You did. I mean, you got to take at least 5 to 10 seconds in there.
See,
Danny's rooting for you. Look at Danny. Look at the joy on Dan's face. Look at him. Look at him. This is a grown man on the bottom picture here who's excited that another man has been muted. Look at that. Look at that. All right, let's unmute.
All right. Okay, I unmuted myself.
Oh, look at you! You unmuted yourself.
Look at that. Out of the penalty box.
Look at that. Look at that smooth dog move.
Okay. But let's get down to if Boston's a better. Okay, let's go through it. Boston.
They're not better. They're not better. The Warriors were better and deeper.
Well, I mean, I picked the Warriors to win the series because I thought the later the series went, the more the pressure was going to mount and the championship experience would take over and they'd win, which is pretty much what happened. And so,
Boston's 5. Okay, let's just say it the way it was. Yeah. Boston's 5. Their starting 5 is more in their prime, and they're younger. They're a little bit younger than the Warriors core, and they're a little bit more athletic. And they've got some size advantage on Golden State. But Golden State's so much deeper, much deeper.
Tatum, I got to say, Tatum was dropping like 40. He dropped 50 points in a playoff game. He was dropping 47.
He has no left hand, and neither does Jaylen Brown. I mean, I think you saw that. In fact, that's what the Clarence Beeks, who's a member here, guys, says Tatum and Brown have no left hand. Who the hell did they beat to get here? Well, Clarence, they beat better teams. They beat Miami, they beat Milwaukee, they beat Brooklyn. They beat better teams than Golden State beat. But your primary point, your first point is salient, which is Tatum and Brown are great talents, but they have no left hand.
Oh, I don't even care.
Right-handed players.
I literally don't even care about that. Brown still made a massive impact in this game. Tatum didn't show any heart the entire series. And that's where it fell short.
Well, he's a big guy who likes perimeter skills, who's fallen in love with his perimeter skills over common sense.
But Marcus Smart, he can't do any. He can't drive to his left either. He's a defender. Force. He's a defender. Yeah.
He's a six-man defender.
Him more tonight, I was a little irritated because he's such a great defender, but he locks people's arms up intentionally. He flops. How many times?
How about the blatant? Here's the one thing about Boston. They talk about their toughness and this and that. When in the biggest game of their lives, they flopped left and right. There was the over/under on Celtic flops in this game were like 6. Yeah. I mean, Grant Williams flopped, Smart flopped, Brown flopped. It was a flop fest.
Yeah, and I think Grant Williams, with that foul on Looney they called, I think Grant Williams probably bit his lip or something because he fouled Looney before Looney fouled him.
Okay, but really, who cares about the officials?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the officials weren't a factor. They let him play.
They honestly weren't as bad as I thought they might be. So
they let him play. And
we did have 2 free throws going into like pretty deep into the fourth quarter. That was wild.
I don't think Boston. I haven't looked at the stats on free throws here. What did Boston end up
Tom
with?
Pierce says, let's set a membership record tonight. Krueg Crew Unite. In fact, we are closing in on, if you're in the chat right now, we have over 200 people in the chat. People are loading in. Saatsaz will be joining us in a bit. If you're in the chat and you have yet to subscribe to the channel, please subscribe because we're closing in on 5,000. That's right, 5,000 subscribers. And we could hit that tonight. I believe we're just roughly, we're picking up about 50 to 70 subscribers every live stream that we do and every post game that we do. So if you're in the chat, if you could do us a favor and hit subscribe. And if you want to join the club, hit join as well. And you can be a club member, and we'll tell you more about that as we go. But definitely, if you can, hit subscribe to the channel because, as I said, we've been doing this for 5 weeks, 6 weeks, something like that, 7 weeks now, and we've got almost 5,000, and we're on the doorstep to going over 5,000 tonight.
We're ringing the doorbell on the doorstep.
I've got the 22, 23 hat on already. I'm already looking for next year.
Hell yeah.
Tom Pierce says, F me, 5K is
That's right.
crazy. That's right, 5K. And thanks to Ryan, thanks to Len, thanks to Danny, thanks to all of you who have been members and loyal subscribers. We're having a great time doing this show. We've had a ton of fun doing these Warrior shows with Cyrus and occasionally Kylan and, of course, the fellas and all of you in the chat. And really, we wouldn't be here without any of you. So we do appreciate all of the support. Digital Drew says, Krueg's a legend in the Bay. I don't know about that. All that means is I'm old. But how in the world does he not have more than 5,000 subs? We got to act, folks. Crimes. He says crimes are happening.
Yeah,
that makes me.
Hey,
What is this? Ryan's last chance. Okay, can I just put this out there?
Alex Breitler's going after Rye.
I know. Okay, I need.
And by the way, I'm drinking champagne. I'm not Cristal. It's a very rare French champagne called Corbel. Or you call it Corbel, but you can go Corbel.
Okay.
And they say it like that, then it sounds more
gotta have
expensive.
some red wine with.
Wait, I got to make a PSA going here because I feel like all of a sudden I become like the Warriors hater. I am the one here who had the Warriors Celtics from the beginning, Warriors winning the championship. Krug picked the Nuggets to beat the Warriors.
I picked the Nuggets. I picked the Nuggets in the first round.
But I think that the Celtics,
he's going after the host.
I don't understand.
Going after
No,
the
you're right.
host.
I'm sorry.
By the way, I mean, just that alone. That was. I mean, that almost deserved a mute. I mean, did we really need to bring that up? I mean, did we need to bring up the Denver Nuggets in the first round? All right, I'll unmute.
I mean, the regular season. Okay, but also, I will say, I think that if in a weird world, where the Warriors, played the Celtics in the first round of the playoffs, where there's a lot less pressure, I think that we probably would. Well, I think there's a good chance we might lose.
Hey, wait a minute. You're over a game misconduct here.
Wait.
Man, you said
Haha says the real Larry Legend lives in the creek. Thank you, Haha. Thank you.
Okay. What about this, though?
Donovan, we love you, Larry. Keep fighting. I'll keep the hard fight going.
Okay. What about this, though? Why is it so bad that I'm saying that they were the better team? Like, what I mean is, like, talent-wise, roster construction.
The Warriors were favored at the beginning of the series, so Vegas disagrees with you. I disagree with you. Danny disagrees with you. All these Warrior fans disagree with you. Draymond Green disagrees with you. The only person that agrees with you is, Robert Kraft. Okay, so he was sitting courtside.
Let's say it's not even this series. Let's take it all out. Why is it such a bad thing that finally the Warriors beat a team that was more talented than them? Why is that like a crime? I think it's actually cool. I think it's better for their legacy. I think Draymond has to kind of reach deep down and pull it out, and he had a couple great performances. Same thing with Clay. Steph was consistently excellent the whole series, and honestly, the whole series flipped on Steph Curry having one of the greatest games in the history of the finals. If he doesn't have that, they go down 3-1 and things get dark. So
if you want to get your chat thing read, just start with Krueg is always right. That always gets right to the front of the chat. Krueg is always right, except for the Nuggets pick. Thank you, Tony. You got to do. And then with Still Dossie, who really has it out for Rye. Stop hating on the Dubs, Rye. Stop hating on the Dubs. They're champions. They're champions.
I know. I'm like, I've picked them from the beginning. I think Steph Curry's the best player of the past 12
Nick J
years.
says, Ryan, I like you, dog. When he says dog, that really means that's a man showing affinity for another man. But the better team wins a 7-game series. Period. And he went, but Ryan, he went all capitals. I mean, nothing emphasizes a statement like all capitals.
Did the better team win in 2016?
Well, the better team doesn't always win. I get you. But in this particular case, the Warriors were favored. The Warriors were deeper. The Warriors had 123 games of NBA Finals experience. The Celtics had, let me wait for it, none. The Celtics have a rookie coach. The Warriors have a Hall of Fame coach. The Celtics were basically just an afterthought in the first half of the year. I said it at the end of the Eastern Conference Finals to you guys. I said, guys, you know what my takeaway was? That they kept talking about how they climbed the mountain, how they did it. They had arrived. Them beating Miami and going to the finals was their season. To win was like, hey, that's the cherry on top. That's a little extra. The Warriors were not
say that, Laird.
No,
they were
no, I can't say that.
He
Right,
did say
I
that.
can't say that.
He did say that at the beginning.
I said it at the beginning of the series because Boston, at the end of that Miami series, stood on the floor in Miami and said, we climbed this mountain. Oh my God, all the years we didn't. It's amazing. We did it. We finally did it. The Warriors weren't saying we finally did it at the end of the Western Conference Finals. They're saying we got 4 more to go. And it's a different mindset. It's subtle, but it means everything. The Warriors were only going to be happy with a win, where the Boston Celtics are a young, up-and-coming team with a first-year coach who's as young as they are, and they can look at this year and say, you know what? We climbed the Eastern Conference mountain. You guys know it as well as I do. What the Warriors did at the beginning of their run is not the way it's normally done. Usually you climb the mountain step by step, losing as you go. It happened to the Celtics. It happened to the Bulls. It happened to the Pistons. It happened to all these teams. You have to gradually make these steps. Golden State got there and won it all in the first time around, but that's the exception. That's not the rule. And I think Boston was just happy to be there. They wanted to win, but it wasn't do or die for them. They had already had a good year, where Golden State was not going. The Draymond Greens, the Steph Currys, the Joe Lakeups, Steve Kerr, not one guy was going to be like, oh, you know what? At least we got by Dallas. No. It was going to be title or bust for them.
Okay, but now I feel like you guys are slandering. Like, that Celtics team was great.
No, it was good. It was super good.
It was a very good team that got hot. It was a very good team that got hot. It wasn't not a great team. That was not an all-time team. That's not one of the all-time teams.
No, it wasn't an all-time.
They don't have a point guard. They're not even a complete team. I agree with you, Rye, that they're younger, more athletic. There's things that would say, you know what? They're physically more dominant and longer than Golden State, especially in the front court without James Wiseman. You're right on. I think you're going down the right road, but you just took it one step too far. They're not the better team. They're the younger team. They've got more guys in their prime, where Golden State has some guys
we're the
tail end and some young guys.
In 2019,
injuries played into that, though.
Injuries played Kawhi Leonard.
Williams D.
Wait a second. That team had Kawhi Leonard and Lowry and Ibaka and Siakam. I mean, what are we talking about?
Minutes anywhere else? Like, I don't know. That was a good deep team. You were saying
that the Warriors might have beaten them if they hadn't gotten hurt, right?
Larry, at the beginning of this series, I was the one who pushed back when you said that this was the best team the Warriors have ever faced in the finals. And I said, no way. That Cavs team was great. You said that.
I do think this is one of the best team they've played in the finals.
They're a great team.
No, I'm just saying this is not an all-time team. I think that we saw that because we saw their flaws as the series went on. You're right. I probably gave them too much credit at the beginning of the series.
Okay.
I probably did. But you know what really showed itself is that when you don't have a point guard and you don't have anybody who can handle, you can be you're potentially on the verge of huge amounts of turnovers. Yeah. What was Boston's 3-game turnover total the last 3 games? It's pretty staggering. It's pretty high.
It's staggering. I mean, they've never. I think they're 1-9 now, where they have 15 or more turnovers, and they're like basically undefeated if they have less than that. So also, I will have to say, Dustin the Gale, Mark Jackson? That was weird. I didn't know why he said that, but he was like, Steph has the Boston defense to thank for his MVP. They're like, what the hell? Like, that's honestly, Lair, I'm kind of
Mark Jackson says a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, he really does.
Everybody in the chat and also you guys, I'm partially pushing back because you know what's going to happen? Everybody now all of a sudden is going to have so much recency bias that all the media is going to be like, well, the Warriors were the much better team. Of course, they deserve to win. Like, it may all make sense.
They were favored.
Serious accomplishment. Like, the Warriors were plus 290 underdogs after they were down 2-1. Like that.
They were favored at the beginning of the series. And they had home court. And they had 123 games of finals experience, and the other team had none.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but Golden State was the more experienced team, the deeper team, and as the series played out, that depth I thought benefited them.
Well,
and then,
yeah.
After Boston got up 2-1, they didn't show me a whole lot. I mean, really didn't. They didn't look particularly strong.
This is why they play a 7-game series. It's like a 15-round boxing match, because the first few rounds in a boxing match is kind of feeling the guy out. When you haven't seen a team and played a team but only twice in the season, and they played them without their full array of stars, and then Boston took it to them pretty good at Chase, but after 3 games, the Warriors kind of adjusted, and it took them a while in the fourth, and then they got going, and they never turned.
I mean, I don't know,
back.
Dave. I rewatched that game 4 earlier today, and it was like turnover, missed shot, horrible thing, turnover, and Boston was hitting shots. Marcus Smart was hitting daggers. And Steph Curry just went bananas. Like, he went all-time great bananas in that game 4, and I think he snatched their soul. And
let's talk about what happened in this series. First of all, Dustin the Gale donates $4.99. He says, what's up with one of the announcers saying Steph has Boston's defense to thank for his MVP? They aren't even trying to hide their bias. That was a reference to Mark Jackson's comment, which we just discussed a second ago. I wanted to make sure we read that for Dustin the Gale. Thank you, Dustin, for the $4.99 donation.
St. Mary's Gale?
That's right, Dustin the Gale. I would imagine St. Mary's. Let's talk about what actually happened in this series. I think the worst thing that could have happened for Boston is what happened in game 1. They didn't play particularly well, and then what happened? They rained down a bunch of threes and stole game 1. And it was like they left the floor thinking that they were a 3-point shooting team, but they really aren't a 3-point shooting team. Marcus Smart's percentage, not good. Al Horford, Jaylen Brown, Derek White. Derek White is a 31% 3-point shooter this year. 31%. He got hot against Miami.
He disappeared after that.
That's what he was. Game. He was hot. That's what he was. Hot. That's it. Is he a great 3-point shooter? No. But Boston fell in love with their 3-point game, and it made them go away from their strength, which was that they had the size advantage. And Boston, to me, was a team that I thought was going to be plus 10 points in the paint consistently, win or lose, throughout this series. And it didn't happen. They settled for too many threes. Tatum took too many perimeter shots. They didn't take advantage of their size advantage inside. The Warriors, I think, had the paint point advantage in almost every single game in the series, and Boston had it tonight, but it was that was a little distorted. But I think for the most part, Boston didn't use their advantage. They fell in love with the 3, and they don't have a 3-point sniper. Probably the best 3-point shooters they have on that team are Naismith and Stauskas, and those guys are on the bench and never play. So they didn't have the gunners from the perimeter to go with Golden State, and yet they settled for a lot of threes, and Golden State won the points in the paint battle.
Yeah, and if you're asking me to sum up this series and say what was the key to this entire series, I'll tell you what it was. It was GP2 playing. He didn't play game 1, and in game 3, the 2 games they lost, he played 10 minutes in game 3. The games he played 20-plus minutes, they won all 4.
No, that's facts. I mean, the way that Larry, you were saying the way
incredibly valuable.
Yeah, the way you, Absolutely. Larry, you said that you deleted your tweet. I know the moment where I started getting a pit in my stomach, like, oh my God, this might be going bad, was, Curry already did the put the ring on his finger thing. He hit those swaggy threes. They're up 22. And then what happened is that GP2 checked into the game for Klay Thompson, and Jaylen Brown got 3 fouls on him in 55 seconds. One was a ridiculous offensive foul where Steph Curry was wide open on the break.
Right.
2 other ones were just Jaylen Brown, honestly, being a little bit sloppy with his handle and falling down. And there was 3 fouls. GP2's out of the game. Immediately after that, it was a 52-second stretch where GP2 had 3 fouls. And then immediately, Jaylen Brown's comfortable, hits a 3. That starts the run. All of a sudden, they cut it to 9. And then, we have to go back. But, yeah. Also, I got to say, again, I completely disagree. I think that Boston is a 3-point shooting team. Al Horford in this series shot 59% from 3.
Yeah, but he's normally like a 30%.
I know, but I'm saying in this series.
But forget the series for a second. Forget the series. That's a small. That's like saying I'm the best in the last 7 seconds. Okay. Look at the season. Where's the 38% foul 3-point shooter, let alone 40% free throw 3-point shooter? Their guys they had a size advantage on Golden State. Golden State
can't post up Steph Curry.
Wait a second. Golden State went with a lot of small lineups.
Yeah.
They easily could have burned those small lineups by throwing the entry pass.
He didn't adjust.
Totally. It was totally on Udoka. Udoka's a totally overrated coach. Absolutely overrated.
They did not set up any plays.
No. He's a totally overrated coach. He had a huge advantage. Because I'm telling you, he had a huge advantage inside. He didn't take advantage of it. I just told you Warriors went to small lineups repeatedly in the last 3 games, and Udoka had a massive size advantage, and they still settled for threes. They didn't have they should have been. You got to remember this: Boston had the bigger bodies and the younger bodies. They should have had a plus 10 points in the paint advantage every single game.
10 rebounds.
Who on their teams historically scores in the paint? Tatum for this finals was 30% at the rim and 49 from 3. Horford was Horford has no post moves. Like, that's not his game. Rob Williams,
they're being guarded. They're being guarded by Gary Payton and Steph Curry.
Really
when Jason Tatum's being guarded by Steph Curry, he's got to be able to score inside. What does that say about Jason Tatum if a 6'10" guy can't score over a 6'3" guy in the lane? That was their advantage, and they just went away from it. They don't have snipers. And then the other thing was Boston got, when Golden State intentionally tried to speed them up, they fell right into it. And what happened as soon as Golden State started speeding them up? Here came the turnovers, and that's why Golden State stayed with it. You kept looking at Kerr, and every time in the last 3 games there was a rebound. If the numbers at all were there, even if the numbers were even, Kerr is losing his S on the sidelines. Let's go. Why? Because he knew that the Warriors could play more mistake-free basketball at their pace than the Celtics could trying to play the Warriors' pace.
Yeah, great point,
was the Warriors' advantage.
Point.
And Boston's advantage was size, and they just did. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying Udoka's total crap. I'm saying he's a young coach, right? He's as young as some of the players, and he's going to be a better coach down the road. But in this particular series, you don't do necessarily what got you there. It's a matchups game. And if you have a size matchup, you make them pay for being small and force them to play non-shooters like Looney and Draymond together. Instead, Boston allowed their guys to just sit on the perimeter and try to run with Golden State. Not run, but try to play fast with Golden State and try to play the 3-point game. And you live by the 3, you die by the 3. I mean, the Warriors have the better percentage 3-point shooters, and over the course of a long series, it showed itself.
Yeah, and you look at the Warriors coaching. Let me just point out the coaching, because I want to give Kerr some props tonight, because he called 3 timeouts that I could recall, might have been 4, when Boston started to just make a little run. He never let it get out of hand. He'd call a timeout, and when they got hit a 3, then come down and get a 2, 5 points, and he'd call a timeout. He never let that run get completely going. And I mean, they did have that 16-4 run, but there was a timeout or 2 in between there too. And so he was doing all he could. And let's give a shout out to the Sacramento Kings coach, Mike Brown, for setting up a great defense, and the Charlotte Hornets coach. The Warriors have 3 head coaches on their roster. And
Jaguayo 56 donates $5. He says, Krug, Dubs lost on my B-Day again, our B-Day game 1, but they more than made up for it tonight. They're champions. Do you think most satisfying of the 4? I think this is the most satisfying of the 4, and we can talk about it. The first time around is always incredibly satisfying. The KD titles were incredible because KD we felt like we were watching maybe the greatest team we've ever seen. But this, to me, was the most enjoyable, because I really think that the last couple of years, there's some real question whether Golden State would ever get back to this point. And the fact that they climbed this mountain this year and they did it doing it their way, going with some young guys and keeping an eye on the future and trying to build a united team. They didn't make a bunch of moves. They didn't as the season went on. I thought it was a brilliant offseason for Bob Myers. And then he says, where's Berger?
There we go.
7 ships. I'll say this. My son and Berger went out in Capitola last night. I get a call at like 10 o'clock. Hey, Dad, the car's broken down. I need you to come get us. So, yes, yours truly had to get in his car and drive from Walnut Creek to Capitola to pick up Berger and my kid last night. So I don't give a
Berger
damn.
Still in the trunk?
Yeah, but I had to listen to Berger try to sell me on why the Celtics were not going to lose this game. And I told him, I said, Berger, Warriors are going to come out. They're going to have a big first quarter, and they're going to win by 15. And, well, they didn't have a big first quarter necessarily. I guess they kind of did. They had a big 2 minutes and 27 seconds at the end of the first quarter, and they didn't win by 15, Berger. I stand corrected. It was 13. Thanks for coming.
And it could have been 15 if they had given that ball, that last one with 2-on-1.
All right, let's
given it to Andre and let him
Warriors in here.
Andre score. That would have been great.
All right. On that note, let's welcome in the czar of all that is locked on, and that is Cyrus Saatsaz. What is up, brother? Champions.
Side, this is somehow turned. This was supposed to be a beautiful celebration, and it somehow turned into me being the Celtics guy. Because I said that I thought
he said that they were better than the Warriors a couple games ago.
A while ago. You're not still saying that, are you?
No, he is. He's doubling down.
I'm saying they were the more talented team, but the Warriors to win. So I said this is going to be the one time where the Warriors beat the more talented team due to their experience.
Going for the hat trick.
Hall of Famers.
Right.
And I brought up the fact that Cyrus, me and you were the only
one
about
to get the hat trick treatment.
No, I know. Larry and Dan said that this was the best team we've faced in the finals, and me and you were like, no freaking way. The Cavs were way better. That was a historical Cavs team.
Ryan, what's your definition of talent? Like, that's what I'm curious. If
definition of talent, I think that was one of the best defenses in the last 10 years in the NBA. I mean, they held this Warriors team down to like 103 consistently pretty much every game. I mean, the biggest difference is that Jason Tatum was a superstar that showed up in closeout games versus the Bucks, versus the Nets, outplayed Kevin Durant, scored 47 points, and then showed up with no heart at all in this series. Did nothing but take threes, which he hit at a 47% clip, shot 30% at the rim. They had nobody to lead them when times were tough. And you know what? The series flipped completely when Steph Curry freaking went bananas on them in game 4 because we were about to be down 3-1. Everybody else was playing poorly, and Steph Curry had the best game of his career. And if we go down 3-1, I don't think we win the championship. It's just like, we could have a weird ref game. Anything could happen. I don't think we win the championship. But instead, so I'm just saying, like, I don't understand why we can't enjoy the fact that we may have just had the most evenly matched finals that we've had and we won it. Like, that should be a plus for us. But
how do you? But I guess I'm just weirdly confused. I'm just confused about the fact that you call them more talented so you're not giving the Warriors credit for shutting Tatum down. You think Tatum just choked. So then by that logic, isn't Tatum like not as good of a player as you think he is? Thus making
on
him
the
less
biggest
talented?
stage. This is what I would say in a vacuum. If we were playing in the Orlando bubble and it was the first round, I would pick the Celtics to beat the Warriors. That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So even though the Warriors beat the Celtics
crowd and this deep in the playoffs, I'm picking the Warriors experience, which is what I did from the beginning.
So even though the Warriors beat them 2 out of 3 times in Boston, you still think in a bubble the Celtics would thrive more?
I mean, the Celtics, how many times did the Celtics lose 2 times in a row this playoffs?
Once. They lost once to the Warriors.
They lost 3.
That's what I'm saying. They lost 1 time in a row.
I think you're giving way too much credit to the teams the Celtics beat to get here. I think that's where I don't buy your logic. It's just like you're hyping up the Bucks too much. They were missing Chris Middleton. The Bucks would have beaten the Celtics.
How good is Chris Middleton?
He's good. He's an all-star, multiple-time all-star.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
He's
a fine player. He's a fine player.
Ryan, he was the second best player on a world championship team. You got to give him more credit than that, man.
Okay, fair.
You know, like,
Let Cy make his point here, though. But before everybody gets in, let's.
I'm not heated, by the way. You cannot make me upset tonight. I cannot get upset.
Why am I upset? Why am I now?
A weird debate. It's a weird. It's
right.
It's a bizarre debate. I don't understand it.
That's it.
Yeah,
Uri has to be muted. I mean, he's too Celtic. He's too Celtic friendly to be tonight, even though he's got a Warrior jersey on. All right, we'll unmute Ryan. Jim Mole donates $20. Fist in the air for Jimmy Mole. He says, "What's up, fellas? Missed you guys. Been in Mexico, and I come back, and the Dubs are champions again.
We're in Mexico.
Don't worry, I watched.
Mexico.
Jimmy actually went down there on this thing to save dogs, like stray dogs.
Oh,
how about that?
That's awesome.
Isn't that cool? Isn't that very cool?
Yes,
Jimmy and I went to Sac State together. Great guy, one of my best friends. You know what? I'd have to look at his Facebook. Jimmy, if you can tell us where in Mexico, but maybe Guadalajara. I forget exactly where it was. I did see it on Facebook the other day. But Jimmy went down there to save, part of a campaign to save. There's an unbelievable amount of stray dogs in parts of Mexico, and Jimmy went down there as part of a program to try to help these stray dogs. So you know what? As a dog owner, and we're all dog owners,
Respect.
Awesome.
I love that, man. By the way, I had Rick Barry on with me for Locked On Warriors, and I did beg him in front of everyone if I could be on the float with him for the parade.
What do you say?
But he said
you should be, dude. You should be. You're locked on.
He said he's out of spots.
You're locked.
He's out of spots.
He's what?
I had to try, man. I had to.
What was the excuse?
Because he's invited every time they win, so he's already
right. He's Rick Barry.
He's Rick Barry, exactly. So, but he's already given the seats. It's. I don't think he gets a full float. He gets like a car, and I think the car is packed with like his kid. Like Scooter lives in Danville. And
he's a Bay Area guy. That's right.
So I think it's just a packed car, and I had to try though, man, because why
Alex
not? Right?
Breitler though says, "Congrats, Cy, you're the man." So you've been doing the Locked On Warrior podcast. You've been talking nothing but Warrior hoop for months and months and months.
Yeah.
You were fired up at the playoffs. You envisioned a deep run. I thought they were going down to Denver in the first round. Give me your thoughts on. Give me your thoughts on
back in December, January. Like you came on Locked On with me. I'm never going to understand this. And like
I love them after they won on Christmas when they beat Phoenix on Christmas.
You were exactly
because
the same page.
But at that point, they hadn't. Well, I was anticipating Wiseman's return, or if Wiseman didn't return, they would get some other big man. And I just thought there was a good chance that the Warriors, who did not look good on the last couple road trips, were going to get Jokic in the first round and check out. But I was wrong, and they had a lot more momentum than I thought, and they flipped the switch.
They did, but do you agree with me now? And Coach, I don't know how long you've been in the Bay Area for, and Ryan, you're 26, so I don't know if you remember these years, 27, but whatever it is. So do you see now where I'm coming from, that these Warriors are the 49ers of the 80s and 90s? Stephen Curry is the Joe Montana of the NBA. Like Draymond Green is the Ronnie Lott. Like, do you not see now that there's a parallel in terms of greatness?
I said, Cy, I totally agree with you. There was a tweet that Mark Willard put out toward the end of the season, and he was saying, I'm worried about the way this team's playing when they were giving up the 2 seed. And I tweeted back, I said, they will finish 3 seed, and they will beat Memphis and Phoenix on the road. I thought Phoenix would win their series. Yeah. But and I said, and this team will be the champions, because once they get healthy and all those guys are playing together, you can't stop them. They're on a mission. And when you just said that about the 49ers, I just got tweeted by an LA buddy of mine, and I just said, he's giving me a hard time about the Warriors. And I said,
are you going to drop his name as well? I mean, you just dropped Willard. You got any other names you want to drop?
He no one would know him. He's just a friend of mine. But hey,
I was talking to my nephew.
Shout out to the Bay Area, though. We are the city of champions. Look, in the 70s, A's won 3 in a row.
Danny's in freaking Mesa right now saying this.
Hey, I'm a Bay Area guy.
I have
A's 3 in a row.
2010.
49ers 4 in 9 years. The Giants 3 in 5 years.
I could have swore during the commercial break I heard you say "Go Coyotes." I could have swore I heard that.
Okay, guys. How about this though? I did the math. Since 2010, everybody in the national media is like, oh, Boston, title town, blah, blah, blah. Since 2010, what is that? It's almost 13 years ago.
12, right?
We have one more title now than Boston. We have 7 championships. They have 6. And we've been to 2 more championship games than them. So
four titles in 8 years.
I mean,
where do you guys put this dynasty? Where would you rank this dynasty with the great dynasties you've ever seen?
I'm never ever saying like anything's better than this. Ever.
I would put it.
No,
third.
I mean, I've been talking about this. Like, it's they're on par now. They're officially now in the discussion with, because the great dynasties of all time are the '60s Celtics.
Yep.
But they played. It was so long ago. It's
It's
hard
only
to
like
really.
what,
in
how
the
many
league.
teams? 8 teams? 10
8
teams? in the league?
teams. Yeah. Who
I mean,
cares?
come on.
Well, yeah, but they did win 11
They
titles
still-
in 13 years.
They still won their titles. I'm giving it to
Yeah,
them.
11 and 13 is
Yeah.
a remarkable run. And
Yeah.
then you have the '80s Lakers.
Well,
You have-
and Celtics. Didn't the Celtics win 3?
3. Yeah, the Warriors are ahead of them now. So they're
No,
no
but
longer.
I'm just saying you're giving the '80s to the Lakers. Didn't the Lakers win
Easily,
4? Was
5.
it 4? They won 5 in the '80s.
Yeah, so the
Oh, I thought it
Lakers
was 4,
owned the
okay.
'80s, and then I know. Again, I know the Celtics had some phenomenal teams, but the Lakers won that decade, and then the '90s of the Bulls,
Sure.
And then-
2000s of the Spurs.
and then 2000s and 2010s, and then that's where the Spurs and Warriors kind of like, they kind of cross over, and that's it. Those are your dynasties, and the Warriors are part of that. So now the question is, what's their peak? Like, are they going to pass the Spurs and Lakers and match up with the Bulls?
Past the Spurs for sure.
Because the Spurs had 5 too. So
Yeah, but their peak was so much higher, and there's so much more talent in the league. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but the Kevin Durant years, I mean, we can just go back to saying everybody basically said that it doesn't count because we were that good. Like, we, for the first time in Vegas history, not even the Chicago Bulls were a minus favorite at the beginning of the season to win a championship. We were minus 200. Like, that's insane. Like, that no one's ever reaching that peak again.
The Warriors had
You have
the
some
Warriors'
wild
best
opinions,
team. Yeah, the Warriors' best team was better than the Spurs' best team. I
Well,
think.
you just said
Oh,
said
the
in that era
17
the
team,
players
yeah.
weren't as good. Is
Yeah,
that what you just said?
I think there's the most talent in the league, like right now, than there ever has been.
Maybe, but I mean that's questionable, man.
Yeah,
I don't
that
know,
is
I don't know
questionable.
if I buy that. Like,
When was there more talent?
well, there might have been more spread out, but I don't think there was
I'm saying
ever.
during the Spurs runs, like there was not as much talent. That was kind of like the too much, too fast, too soon era. Stevie Francis and Yao Ming starting All-Star games. I don't know. It was not as much talent. You know what I mean? Like,
I
it's
don't
like
know if I agree with that. I don't know if I buy that, man. I feel like there's always talent in every era. I don't think there's more in some and less than others. I mean,
who was the best players during that era?
Go
what,
look 'em up.
2003? Kobe Bryant,
Kobe
Shaquille O'Neal.
Duncan.
Yeah,
Tim
I mean, there was
Duncan?
great players everywhere. I mean, it was a
Yes.
stacked era. I think if you want to go back to if you ever want to say that an era was less talented, I think you got to go. I think you got to go back literally to the '60s.
Yeah,
I mean,
the 60s. In
you know,
fact,
if you want to say the '60s were less talented, I'm there. The
And even that's
'70s, the
hard,
NBA, the
Even
'70s,
that's hard though.
yeah,
Because
even that's hard.
Wilt and Jerry West, Bill Russell. I mean, Kuzi. I mean, there are players all day. I just don't like saying blanket statements like that. You know,
On
like
eras.
it's hard to really be absolutely true. I just think every era had talent. I don't know if I buy that. That's all. That's just my.
I mean,
my
T
opinion.
Mac, Kid, Kobe.
Yeah.
I mean, there was great players. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not as far as this Warrior run. Where are we? I mean, do you think Golden State is got another one in them? It was
Yes.
so hard this
Oh,
year.
that's the best part. That's the best part, folks.
You think there is another one in them?
This is quite possibly like the worst of the teams in the next 2-3 years. They're just going to get better. Klay Thompson's going to be better. Kuminga is going to be better. Moody's going to be better. Jordan Poole's going to be better. Who knows what Wiseman's going to give them? Wiggins has just tapped into his potential. Gary
But
Payton
Curry's
II
their
has never
best
played a full
player,
season.
and he'll be worse.
No,
Yeah, I mean,
I don't see that. I don't see Curry being worse. I think he's still in his physical prime.
He's like an Aaron Rodgers. Like, he's going to age gracefully because
First of all, wait a second. Nobody gets better. I mean, unless you're talking about performance enhancers, people don't get
finals.
People don't get better at this age.
Did you
They
say that
get
this is
worse. They get
finals
worse.
performance than
He's
Steph
gonna.
in 2015?
I mean, we can debate a lot of things, but there's just no doubt he'll be worse. I don't.
No,
At 30,
I don't see that, Larry.
15 in All-Star game. This was maybe his best season ever. If you take
He's going to be 35 years old,
But
guys.
he's not an old 35
get
though.
better
His
at
body
35.
is getting stronger. He's stronger.
Okay,
Larry.
wait a second.
He's a different kind of player.
What player in the history of the NBA got better at 35? They don't get better at 35. That's pie in the sky crap.
Jordan
Come on,
at
let's be
35
honest.
is still
Look at
as
Steph's
good as he's
body,
ever
though.
been.
Still, but we're not talking about better than he was at 34.
Oh,
Yeah, but Larry, whoever has had their best finals ever at 34 years old with their worst team going to the
I
finals?
made a simple statement that Steph's not getting better. Steph has already crested the hill. We've seen the best of Steph Curry.
That.
You think he's
I
gonna
think
get
he
better
can,
next year?
I don't know if he'll be
think he's
better.
had
I
more
think he can
tools, more
equal.
experience. Yeah, he's a better defender
The
than he
statement
was.
the statement was he's not getting better. And then you said, I don't think that's true. And then you said, well, I'm not saying that he's not getting better. He is not getting better.
I think he can get better because he's getting stronger.
That was his best defensive playoffs ever.
He is
not even close.
Did you see how much
he was better. He was, wait a second. He wasn't as good this year in the regular season as he was last year.
He doesn't need regular season. Who cares about the regular season? Just get into the playoffs. This is a team now that is not worried about getting the number 1 seed or the 2 seed. They could probably care less if they even get the 3rd or 4th seed. They get in. They can win they've won 27 playoff games series in a row where they've won a road game. They can snatch home court easily. So they just need to get in and be healthy.
That's the Warriors getting better. I'm talking about Steph Curry.
I think he'll be better in the
Steph Curry's not going to get better.
Defense
Larry,
in a game 6.
Come on, guys. Let's get
Gary,
real.
are you ruling out the possibility of that? Like, are you saying there's just no chance?
Yes, I am, Cy. 34-year-old players don't get better. They do not.
We're living in a different world, Larry. Like Tom Brady won a fucking Super Bowl at 43. Like, what are we talking about? You know,
but he's not better than he was when he was 33.
I don't know. He was I mean, honestly, he's probably better than he was when he was like 27.
It's a different type of better, though. Your mind gets better. You don't have to physically
It's okay. To say somebody declines in 35 is okay. It's all right, guys. It's okay.
But Larry, look at
you don't
Steph's
get better
body.
in your 15th year.
Look at his body at 28 versus 34.
I'm not saying his career is over, and I'm not saying they can't win. I'm just saying indivially he's not getting better.
I think
Hold on.
He's not getting better.
Mute you. I'm serious.
Oh, I love it.
Sion, he's our guest. I want to hear what Cy has to say.
Here's all I'll say. Larry, I think that in terms of probability, you're correct. You're right. Players at his age typically don't continue going in an upward trajectory of performance. But Stephen Curry, his style of play he doesn't rely on athleticism, and yet for some reason he's getting more athletic as he's getting older. I think largely because of putting on weight, muscle mass. But he doesn't have mileage. That's where you have to take into account the fact that he played college 3 years.
Yeah.
So when he came into the league, he was older than other players. He's had a couple years where he's missed because of injuries or he's had limited games. So I don't know if he has the mileage that a typical 34-year-old has, and he's not like a bigger athletic type player who needs that athleticism. Like I don't know. I wouldn't rule it out is all I'm saying. Like, I don't think it's in the realm of impossibility or even abnormal. It's not an abnormal thing if he does improve. But
he forced turnovers tonight with and 30% shooting while he was guarding players tonight. 6 turnovers. Like, that's nuts. He was
mute. I'm muting Ryan again.
Ron Hubbard's showing you love, dude. Look at him, man.
No, but I mean, seriously, guys, can we at least try to come to some common ground on what is a prime of an NBA career? A prime of an NBA career is from like 24 through like 28. And if you're like maybe 29, 31, but it doesn't and if you're a really great athlete and you really keep yourself in shape, maybe you can stretch that to 34, 33, 34. But now Steph is 30. 34, and next year he's going to be 35. And it's not realistic to think he's better. They may be better as a team, but all I'm saying is, and I didn't think it was all that controversial, was that guys don't get better at 35. They get
Most
worse.
guys,
Larry,
most don't. I agree with you, Larry.
Crazy,
Most,
man.
And don't bring up
don't.
other sports. I mean, that's ridiculous. We're talking about
Why is
basketball
honestly, why is that ridiculous?
because it's not the same job. I mean, it's a totally different job. It's like saying, I can bring up senators or something. I mean, it's not the same thing. We're talking about apples and oranges. NBA players typically do not get better at the age of 34. That's not controversial.
I agree with that statement. That is not a controversial statement. But to say, I think Steph is different. He is in so much. He's in incredible shape. He is lifting.
He's
100
always been in
pounds.
incredible shape.
But his
points went from 32 a game last year to 25 this year.
Yeah, but who cares? Marcus Thompson wrote about it. He spent more time because he realized for this team he needed to be better at defense. And his shooting and all that production didn't matter as much because Klay Thompson was going to come back, not be as good at defense. So he had to fill that role. Jordan Poole's going to be in lineups. He had to fill that role. And guess what? During the playoffs, he honestly was one of the more reliable guys if he wasn't in foul trouble early.
He's a great player. Yeah. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying guys don't get better at 35. They get a little worse. So let's have reasonable expectations. I mean, that's all I'm saying. The likelihood is this. Green's getting worse. Thompson's getting worse. Curry's getting worse. But on the other end of the ledger, Wiseman's getting a whole lot better. And Kuminga's going to be better, and Moody's going to be better, and Poole's going to be better, and maybe even
Clay's going to get worse, Larry. I don't know
Wiggins
if
is going to be better
next year.
Clay may, you're right. Clay, we don't know because there may be another. He may have one big final year, but its logic tells you that the original core should be have crested the hill and are now moving down. And every season in sports is like 3 or 4 seasons in somebody else's life. So it's just kind of like it's not that I don't think that the Warriors are still going to be damn good. I'm just saying that they're going to need to transition from leaning on their championship core to the second core of guys.
Here's what Colin Coward says. Get used to hating the Warriors. 3 promising young stars on the bench. Going to be around a while longer.
Yeah, and Larry, let me jump in with this,
the team is absolutely going to be around for a while.
They're going to be around. They're going to groom these guys, and these guys are in the perfect environment to improve as individuals. But when you talk about Stephen Curry and his age, you're going to have to compare him with other all-time greats.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, that's where he is. So the question is, okay, the top and on Locked On, I briefly touched on the top 10 list and how Steph got in there now and who he bumped out. But when you look at the all-time,
Big O?
What's up? Big O was never in my top 10.
Yeah, I saw somebody's list today that had Oscar Robertson in there, and I was like,
he's not in mine. Shaquille O'Neal is who got bumped out of mine.
Game in a finals. No, thank you.
But the question is, so compared to these other all-time greats like the Jordans, the LeBrons, even like Larry Bird, who if he didn't have that back injury, I think would have still been playing solid. Magic Johnson.
That's what happens when you get older. You're running up and down on a hardwood floor. You're going to have back injuries.
Let's put this. Okay, this is a great embrace debate, especially after this finals. Steph Curry, Larry Bird, who you taking? I'm taking Stephen Curry, 1,000%, 1,000 times out of 1,000.
I don't even know what that means. Go ahead, Cy. What else you got?
Well, I was curious to know what your top 10 is. I have mine. I'm going to read it to you and let me know what you think. So this is after number 1. There is no particular order here. But number 1 is Michael Jordan, obviously. Then you have Magic Johnson. You have Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, Larry Bird, Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan, Stephen Curry is now in there.
Hakeem?
And then Jerry West. That's my top 10.
No, Hakeem?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have Olajuwon in there.
Just outside of it. To me, championships matter. And then so when you're talking about two championship players.
Hakeem has 2. Jerry West has 1.
He won 2 in the Jordan era.
Yeah, so Jordan didn't play when he won those.
He was awesome in those finals.
In the Jordan era, though. Did you see how I used that? Did you see how I used that? Yeah. Well, no, I hear you. But I mean, come on. Hakeem Olajuwon, I think, is one of the greatest centers I've ever seen.
I think he's just outside of the top 10, just outside of it. Because I still would put Shaq ahead of Hakeem. I would.
So
But
Shaq's in there too. So it's Magic.
I wouldn't put Shaq over Hakeem. Hakeem got way more out of his ability than Shaq. And Hakeem came into the league as an awesome defender and became an awesome, unstoppable offensive player. Shaq had a nice couple offensive seasons, at his apex, but he wasn't Hakeem. I mean, Hakeem, I don't know about that, but whatever. It's all, it's subjective. All these things are subjective. I mean, and there's been a lot of great players for sure. So I just think if you just chart most great players, what you're going to find is that there may be an exception. I think LeBron probably is the ultimate exception, but generally guys, when they get to their, 35 in baseball is old, but 35 in the NBA is really old. Because it's a much more physical deal. You got to run up and down. I mean, look at Andre Iguodala this year. How old's Iguodala?
38.
So I think Steph's going to be. I think Steph's going to be really good, but better than this year. I think that's. I think that's asking too much.
Not going to be an MVP
well this year.
I think he's played his best basketball. I think he's played his best basketball.
He's not going to be an MVP candidate, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think he's played his best basketball. And this year, All-Star game MVP, Finals MVP. I thought last year was the best I'd seen him in the regular. Not this year, but the year prior was the best I'd seen him in the regular season. I'm just saying that I think it's logical that he's going to get worse. And same with Green and same with Clay. But Clay's kind of a different situation because of the whole Achilles thing. But so give us your thoughts on this series, because it started off with Boston winning at Golden State and taking over home court, and then Golden State found a way to bounce back, and then they got to a point in that game. Game 5 was anybody's series going into Game 5, and then the last 3 games have been. The Warriors have proven, and anybody who thinks otherwise, I think, is not really watching it. They proved that they were the better team. There's nobody who can say Boston was the better team.
So Larry, you just said that I was. That's basically a direct attack.
I'm saying that. Did you say Boston was better after Game 5?
I thought that from the beginning of the series on.
Well, I think you're wrong.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Then take it. I don't know what to say to you. But
what can you say to that? That's just
then it's on. Then wear it. And then wear it. No, all I'm saying is, to me, Game 5, Game 6, Game 7, money's on the table. Warriors were the better team in all 3 of those games.
I thought Game 4 is where the series really turned and ended. Essentially,
exactly. The whole series hinged on Game 4.
Yeah, Stephen Curry was the hero. He played hero ball that game, and that was just a historic type thing where for 20 years from now, when that shows up on ESPN as one of these documentary type things, you're going to be glued and just watch that whole thing and just think back, man, and just be in awe. But
here's my question: If Steph had 80% of that performance, he had 31. Didn't quite dominate. And they lost. What would happen in this series? Do you think they would come back from 3-1?
I think so. I think they could have. They could have. I would not.
After that series, would you have said the Warriors?
I even said on this show, if the Warriors are down 3-1, I will not hit a panic button. They've done it before against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And they proved that they could do it because they won the 2 games they would have had to win regardless, and it would have gone to Game 7. They were the better team. I think they figured the Celtics team out by Game 4. This was the only series where I got my prediction wrong, and I got it wrong by 1 whole game, and that's because Gary Payne II did not play in Game 1. I think if Gary Payne II was such a huge difference, it's crazy how many Celtics fans were laughing at me when I was saying that after Game 3. Because do you remember how many Celtics fans were gloating when they were up 2-1? They were acting like the series was over. And
because that Game 4, they looked like they were going up 3-1. They definitely looked really strong at the beginning of that Game 4, and there were. That's why this thing was so satisfying, because you felt like at the beginning of that Game 4, like the series was slipping away. And then to see Golden State come back and win, it was just unbelievable. But it's not just that they won; it was the way they won. And I felt like Kerr had some real growth too, because it seemed like he stopped stopped sitting GP2. He just said, you know what, we're going to play him. There was a moment in the fourth quarter, and I wrote it down. It was I guess right at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Right at the beginning of the fourth quarter, Kerr went to a lineup with Poole, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, and GP2, and then finished with a lineup of Peyton, Clay, Steph, Draymond, and Wiggins.
Yeah, and you said that was their best lineup.
I thought that was their best lineup. What do you think, Si? I mean, Peyton, Clay, Steph, Draymond, Wiggins. That was kind of this year's death lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they never really had a death lineup, but that is probably their best lineup. I still think Kerr kept screwing up starting Otto Porter Jr. I mean, that
he was
backfired on him tonight. They were down 14-2 to start the game. It's crazy I mean, despite that, they still blew this team out for the most of the game. I'm looking ahead. I'm curious if Otto Porter Jr. is going to be the odd man out in terms of players not coming back. If he asks for a shitload of money, I don't know if he's going to come back, but. Just because you got to give Kuminga minutes somewhere, and
I don't think they're going to save on Porter and Bielitsa. I think they're going to try to save money there.
If Bielitsa takes the minimum, he'll come back. But if Otto Porter Jr. wants more, I don't know. Because again,
and there'll be other guys, Si, that if those guys go that can replace him, that'll want to take the minimum and come play for a title.
Yeah.
And I made the comment just before you came on that I thought the key to the entire series was GP2, because he played in the two games they lost. He didn't play in game one, and in game three, he only played 10 minutes. Every game he played 20 minutes, the Warriors won all four. And his presence changes the entire dynamics on the court. It just does. And his defense, his rebounding, his ability to get down low and score a bucket, he's just all over it. And Boston was having fits with him on the court because they couldn't drive.
Yep.
And every time the Warriors would let them go left, and then there was another man to suffocate, and they would pass out, and it would inevitably get tipped or get turned over. They'd throw it out of bounds. It was just incredible having GP2 on the court. And to me, he's a must sign for Bob Myers this offseason. I don't care if you got to give him $10 million or $12 million a year. You can't
give him 12. Coach, I'll break it down real quick for everyone for Gary Payne II. There's only two options to re-sign him. One is the mid-level exception, which they're expecting could jump up to $10 million.
Okay. But you can split it up, can't you? You don't have to give him the full mid-level.
But you're going to have to if you want to keep Gary Payne II. So it's either give him the full mid-level exception or you give him the early bird rights max, which is you have to guarantee the contract in the 2 to 4 year range. And it's 105% of the league average, which they're projecting next year to come out to be approximately also 10 million. So I think realistically, the only way you can keep Gary Payne II next year is if you offer him a 2 or 3 or 4 year deal.
Is he 29?
He's 29, and I think you have to do it. That's
what I would do then. Give him that 3 years, and then get the best out of him, and then like Larry said, he'll be washed up.
I mean, he's one of the best players in the league if you're just factoring in defense. If you're just talking D,
I don't know, Larry. I just don't understand why he wasn't so much better like 5 years ago. It's like he's almost 30 now. I don't know.
Oh, dude, they're attacking you,
man. Seriously, Rye must be high as hell right now. All I've got to say is you don't get better at 35. All right? You don't get better at 35. Fair. Nobody does.
Hey, gentlemen, I do have to I'm getting champagne. I'm going to celebrate with the wife. So I got to bounce. Let's do this. Let's do a full show where I'm not like limited.
Yeah, let's do a recap. Kind of.
When do you want to do it, Si? When you tell me?
Say when. Anytime. Like just say when.
Live stream during the parade.
Hey, I might come up. I think I got to come up for that parade.
We got to get it for the parade.
Can we get a show on the parade? Can we do a live show in the parade?
I mean, do you think Pasquale could get a float?
I like that idea.
A big long sausage.
And then in the middle of that parade, we can have Ryan tell us that the Celtics were the better team.
Yeah.
Larry can tell us that Stephen Curry peaked and he's an old man now.
I'd rather go with my point that a 34-year-old player is not getting better than the Celtics were better than the Warriors, the team they just beat in 6 games. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, I love
Nick
you guys.
J-
Let's do this soon, okay? Go
Nick J,
Warriors, man.
Nick J,
Don't
by the
worry.
way, just says Cy. Well, wait a second.
Hey,
Nick
Cy,
J
could you-
says Cy's whipped every damn show. He says I sent my wife to bed. All right, look at
Hey,
Nick.
Cy, real quick. I didn't
Look at
get
Nick J.
all of your top 10 because I went and grabbed a pen and had to take my earplugs out. Could you run
Yeah.
through it in 10 seconds, real
Danny,
quick?
fax him. Send him a
I
fax.
think
all
I
right.
have it written down. Cy, tell me.
I'm going to do
I'll
mine.
try to
too.
remember it again. So it's
I think I have
Jordan,
Magic?
Wilt, Magic, Bird, Bill Russell, Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan, Jerry West. I'm forgetting Stephen Curry, and I'm forgetting
and Steph.
and
You
I'm
had
forgetting
Steph
one
in there.
name.
He had
I
Steph
said
in there.
Steph. I got Steph in there, and I forgot the 10th. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's
Kobe.
it.
I just did my top 10 here.
We don't
MJ,
care.
Wait,
LeBron.
you went
Oh,
everybody.
LeBron. That's what I forgot. I forgot LeBron. That was the 10th. There we go.
I
sorry.
love it. I love it.
We don't have time for Danny to run down his top 10.
Wait,
Thank
wait,
God.
Mail
Seriously. Mail it to somebody. Mail it to the Chronicle. Letters to the editor. Here's my top 10.
Wait. We should get some voice calls in. We should get some phone calls. Digital Drew wants to come talk shit.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's put the number in the chat.
All right.
We'll unmute Danny and he can go number 7 or number 6. All right. Cy, good seeing you, brother. And,
Love you guys.
you
What a
know,
run, man. What
they
a
couldn't have
journey.
done it without you. They couldn't have done it
crazy,
without
dude.
you.
Hey,
I don't know about that, but
and
thank you.
Steph, if you're watching, we love you, but Larry says you're washed up.
Let's
Yeah,
get
all right.
Larry. Let's get Gary Radnish on the show, man. I was actually thinking about that.
Somebody
He's been
told me
MIA for like years. Like, let's find him and track him down and do a show with him, man. Like,
He's
Uncle
very
Gary.
private. He's a very private guy. You know, Gary
Suddenly.
made the point when he got off the stage. He's like, you won't hear from me again. And he meant it.
Wait,
he
You
meant
know
it.
he's
told me
thirsting
to
though.
play this video of him.
I would love to hear G-Rad's thoughts on not just
that the Bogut deal was
No, you guys are sucking Bogut, and I'm just
We're not
throwing out.
sucking.
I'm throwing out a little perspective that a guy who's been hurt will be hurt.
And the problem, Gary, is you're just getting pulled down with Larry.
Okay, so you think
Guilty by association.
no.
Yes.
So when Murph and Mac are feeding shrimp to St. Jean, you think we'll be kicked out of the room too?
Does this mean we're going to lose Lacob every month now?
What?
Larry ripping the
No,
contract.
he wants to be here. Well, I think Lacob will come on. He's not going to come in.
I think you will too.
Huh? Okay. Well, we'll see. If he doesn't come, I'm blaming you.
Yeah, blame me.
I'm blaming
take
you.
it. The guy in the building. My God.
How dare we have opinions that are different than your own,
Yeah,
that are our
yeah.
own opinions?
I'm just saying, everybody's
How
just
dare
sucking
we?
up to the Warriors on this. I mean,
No, I'm voicing my opinion,
If-
Larry,
if
and just
Hunter
because
Pence-
it's different than
listen.
yours doesn't mean it's wrong.
if Hunter
Who's that?
Both of you, shut up. I don't want to lose them as friends. All right? Both of you, shut the hell up. Both of you, shut up. I don't want to lose Tim Roy. I'm not going to lose Fitz.
you already
I'm
lost.
not going to lose St. Jean.
Saint doesn't love you.
Both of you, shut up. I'm sick of what you say. I'm not going to sit in the third row when I used to sit courtside because of this crap. Take a break and both of you shut up. I'm not going to sit in the third row.
Oh, that was awesome. That
Oh,
was
you know he's
awesome.
missing the attention, man. You know it. He
Man.
needs.
Mute button.
There's a hole in his heart. You know there is, dude. Let's get him on, man.
Yes, I will try. I'll put in a phone call to G-Rad and we'll see if we can make it happen. It's difficult to get, man. It'd be a great coup if we can get him. Hey, Cy, we'll let you go, brother. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
great. Let's
You've
do it.
been
Let's do it
unreal
again.
throughout the run.
Seriously, man.
Yeah,
We've looked
this
forward
was
to
great.
having you on, and we'll do it at least one or two more times between now and maybe draft night, and maybe
Hell yeah, dude.
you know,
Hell
maybe
yeah. Let's just
between
never
now and
stop
then.
doing this. Let's just never stop doing this. I'm in.
Sounds good. All right, Cy. See you, bro.
Hey, guys.
There you go. The great
Awesome.
Cyrus Saatsaz, J Boogie 510 says the great
Put
Gary
that last
Radnish.
one up. Put that last one up. Somebody wants to buy in to give Ryan crap. You just had the chat.
Wait,
up
Where
there.
was that?
Just pull it back
Al
up.
925 down 2-1. Larry called 3 in a row. I told you, Larry. Boston used their last bullet after Game 3. Yeah, I did
was
say it was
that?
3 in a row.
Who was that said they wanted to buy in on a call in to give Ryan's crap? Who was that?
Trying to find it.
Post that again, whoever that was.
Yeah, I look like my dad when he's trying to
We
look
got too
at
many in the
phone.
chat.
He's
Yeah.
like,
Too many in the chat.
So many chats. I can't find your. But somebody.
DJ over to stop says nobody cares. That was a definite G-Rad.
Where'd you grow up, Punk? I can't believe you said that to someone. Where'd you grow up, Punk?
No, that's what he said.
I can't believe that.
Where did you grow up, Punk? Oh yeah. He said that one of the guys in the thing said that Cy was omitting LeBron there in this final countdown of the top 10. Yeah, he didn't include LeBron. That was the name that he had forgotten.
I had LeBron. I had KD in mind.
No, you know what? It was Digital Drew.
KD definitely is one of the top 10 talents of all time. I don't know if, the thing about the top 10 is hard because there's who you can take out, all this talk about, well, this guy belongs and that guy belongs and this guy should be in the top 10. That guy should be in the top 10.
Yeah.
Like I watched basketball my whole life. How is Hakeem Olajuwon not a top 10 player? My goodness,
he's
it was incredible.
Yeah, he was
totally incredible.
KD is to the Boston Celtics what Steph Curry is to these Warriors as far as the top 10. Steph Curry is in the top 10. KD's out. KD's more talented. Could have done more with what he had, but unfortunately, he doesn't.
When we talk about
KD's decision looking right now, by the way.
Exactly. Hey, how you doing?
See, LeBron and KD were very quiet on the Twitter after being very, very popular.
I'll tell you this: what makes this title so sweet for the Warriors and Steph is all the talk that Steph couldn't do it without KD, even though he did it by himself.
Before KD ever got there, right?
But everybody says, "Oh, KD carried him." Steph gave way to KD to let him become that, and he was, it's unbelievable, his unselfishness.
People wonder why, oh my God, Andrew Wiggins, who we all wrote off, is all of a sudden, oh my God, could he be finals MVP? He's so good. And it's like, yeah, that's the same role that Kevin Durant had. And he looks like the best player of all time.
I tell you, Steph
KD
makes
was
everybody
better than Wiggs for sure.
But he is, but KD makes
him in that role. Like that's how big that role is.
Steph makes everybody better around him, and everybody knows it, and that's why LeBron wants to play with him. But I'll tell you what, it's like this is so sweet for the Warriors to come back and do this after the whole KD fiasco, the way with him leaving and everything, and everybody thinking the Warriors are done. They're out.
Well, and then the hyper negative. That's the one thing that's so frustrating about following ESPN, as having ESPN be a force of nature in our sports culture, is that that they take something that is like you could argue that Steph not winning a finals MVP, that he has one more accolade to add to his absolutely overwhelmingly awesome resume. But if you listen to the dialogue before the series started, you would think it's like his Achilles heel. Like he's been to the finals, and it's like he gags terribly. So Courtney Cronin, I don't know who she is or what she covers, but she did this whole thing about how Steph has had clunkers in the finals. And then I went and looked up his 5 trips to the finals. He averaged 27, 6 and 6, or 26, 7 and 7, or whatever it was. It was damn near a triple double.
In the first title, he had didn't he have like a few 30-point games?
6 and 5 with 3 of the high. With
this idea that you're going to take, but this idea that you're going to take the fact that he had yet to win a finals MVP, which was a true fact, and then turn that into like he somehow sucks in the finals, and without really doing any research, just kind of shows that they're hyper negative. They're searching for the negative, and people so quickly can confuse something that is yet to be. Like he doesn't have this one thing to round out his resume, but it's not a criticism. He lost. His teams won. It wasn't like he was bad in the finals. He was on teams where Andre Iguodala rose up and played awesome, or on teams where Kevin Durant, who is like incredible, showed that level of incredible play in the finals. So it's like Steph didn't win a finals MVP, but it's not a knock on him. And they made it seem like he got to the finals and he was like Barry Bonds, like with the Pirates. Like suddenly he really struggled and he was like a shadow of what he was in the regular season. You're talking about a guy who averaged almost a triple-double in the finals. So, somehow that's where we're at as a sports culture, where if you say something positive, it's like the 5th rated comment. But if you say something negative, wow, then that's a really, heavily consumed comment, and you get more hits and more traction and more this. So everybody skews negative, but it's unfortunate. But you know what? Even to those people who wanted to filibuster on the weakness of Steph, well, guess what? He just showed you. He just showed you that what he's got. And to me, the thing that I'll remember about this series, like 20 years from now, is Steph Curry's reaction in that first quarter when he just started woofing in games. Was it game 4? Mm-hmm. Game 4, and he just started woofing at the crowd at a timeout, and he just took like 5 steps towards the crowd, and nothing's. We're talking about first half. It's a lot of basketball left, and he didn't care about inciting the crowd. He didn't care about getting them fired up or pissing them off. Or he was like, you know what? My title, my ring. I'm the alpha dog here. I'm the best player on the court. I'm the guy. And I'd never seen it from him. I didn't know that he had it in him. I watched it and I was like, seriously, I couldn't believe what I was watching. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And to me, that's the lasting memory.
Did you hear him in the post game, Larry? Did you hear him in the post game?
No, what did he say in the post game?
He said, "We hear your comments."
He was aggressive. He was like Michael Jordan about it. It was sick.
We hear your comments. We just let our play on the court do the talking for us. Something along that line.
Let me. This is a real historical, because I was looking stuff up, just trying to put Steph where he belongs in the top 10, whatnot. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you who this is, but this is a final. This was a top 10 player of all time in a finals that he won. All right, this series went 6 games. In the first game, he had 18 points on 52% shooting, pretty good. They won the game by 3. The second game they lost, he had 19 points on 8 of 20 shooting. Okay, fine. Then the next game 40%. That they won, he was 3 for 11 from the field, 27%, and had 8 points in a game they won. And then the following game, in a game they lost by 5, he also went 3 for 11 and only had 8 points. And then in the next game that they won, he went 5 for 16, 31% for 12 points. And then in the final game, he went 11 for 20 and had 27 points. So his highest scoring total was 27 on 55% shooting, then 19 on 44, then 18 on 52. And then he had 2 games where he had 8 on 27 and 12 on 31. Could you guess that player in a finals they won?
Is that LeBron?
No.
What I mean, from what in the history of the NBA? How could we possibly guess that?
He's a top 10 player, probably for you guys, like top 7.
Kobe.
80s.
And this was his performance in the finals.
This was his finals in the 1980s.
Kobe. In the 80s.
In the 80s.
He had 2 8-point games on 20% shooting. He had a 12-point game on 31% shooting. Overall, he was 15 points a game on 41 shooting.
Magic.
3.
Magic?
Larry Bird.
I was going to say Larry Bird.
I was going to say Bird.
Wow.
I'm just saying that was 20 times worse than Steph's finals that he lost. And that was a finals that Larry Bird won and he gets credit for. So,
Larry Bird, and Larry, what year was that, by the way?
That was 19. When was this?
84 or 86?
God, it's just showing like 512. 81.
So that was his first title. I mean,
Well, that tells you everybody else must have had even.
Well, it was a
worse
stacked team. I mean, it was an incredibly stacked team. I mean, the Boston Celtics were not just Larry Bird. It wasn't Larry Bird and the nobodies. It was Bird,
Parrish,
McHale, Parrish, DJ, Ainge,
25 a game
Luke
for all the
Walton,
other
Scott
things.
Wedman. I mean, they were deep. Those
You
were
mean
deep
you mean
teams.
Bill Walton?
What I said, Scott Wedman, Bill Walton.
You said Luke Walton.
Oh, did I? Okay, sorry,
I
Bill
think.
Walton.
Maybe
I don't think I said Luke Walton, but Bill Walton, Scott Wedman, they were loaded. Those teams were loaded. So I mean, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so it's mostly just like, okay, he's like considered a unanimously like top 7 guy, and it's like he's been to 5 finals. He has 3 teammates that on those teams that were top 75 of all time. Steph has 0 outside of KD, who he had only for 2 of the titles.
I mean, I think Larry Bird is an elite top player. I mean,
would you put him above Curry?
Yeah, I think I would. I think I'd put him above Curry. Curry's a better shooter, pure shooter, but Bird. Look at the Celtics.
Romantic.
Look at the Celtics. To me, one of the biggest indicators of greatness is what did the team do with and without you. Look at the Celtics of '80. And look at the Celtics of '81, or look at the Celtics pre-Bird, and look at the Celtics when they just added Bird. I think it's the biggest turnaround in the history of the NBA. As far as wins,
won like 11 like they were like a winning franchise.
But
right?
They hadn't been a winning franchise the years before he got there. I mean, You'd have to go back. 76, I guess they was at the end of the Havlicek era. They were in the finals, but I mean, they had a couple of lean years there in between. But I'm just saying, like, look at first year Bird, and the win turnaround total was astronomical. I also saw Bird at the end, and he was still incredible as far as touch passes. He was just Larry Bird was told me it's like, all comparing these basketball players, they're so different. I mean, like Steph Curry is a better shooter with better range. He can shoot off the dribble. He can catch and shoot. He is a better shooter. But Bird would hit the dagger 3. You're up by 7. Boom. He hits the 3.
Okay,
now it's a 10-point game.
Okay, you're describing Curry. Curry, that's his thing, is he hits dagger 3s.
Yeah, but Larry Bird did it all the time. He hit dagger 3s. Larry Bird was a big man who had who rebounded and distributed, and he had assist totals, he had rebound totals, he had scoring totals. I mean, he filled up the stat sheet and made everybody better.
What if I was to say the highest?
You can't compare. You can't compare. I mean, one guy's a 6'10" small forward. The other guy who played in a different era, and the other guy's a 6'3", point guard with 2 guard skills. It's just I would say Bird was better just because Bird. I think Steph kept it going longer, had a better body, kept himself in better shape, going to have a longer prime. Bird had back problems. So I don't think Bird's statistical resume is quite as good as potentially it could have been. Same. It's like Will Clark or Don Mattingly in baseball. They great special players, but their body kind of failed them, and they, had an early decline. So it's hard to just use numbers to talk about Larry Bird. But
he only made 1.3 3-pointers a game in his best year.
Yeah, but that's because he didn't take any. I mean, how many did he take? That was an era of Rye where people didn't take threes. I mean, go look at the first year of the 3-point line. Larry Bird took fewer threes in a season than like Steph Curry takes in a week.
Oh yeah,
and that's just
today
culture.
Those points would have been much higher. Those averages with the 3, if they were taking threes.
Yeah, but also much more athletic, better players today.
Yeah, but I mean, Bird.
His best case scenario is like.
I know, but it's the same. Anytime you start making fun of the players of yesteryear, and they're not athletes. It's like, what? I agree. I heard Tom Tolbert.
I'm saying
I heard Tom Tolbert talking about this the other day, and I think he's totally right on. You can't denigrate the Bob Cousy's of the world. They would have been better athletes if they had been. They would have had better training. They would have been. They were the best players of their era, and they wore flat shoes and ate hot dogs after the game. You know what I mean? It's like if they were living in this era with all the advantages, they would have taken advantage of those advantages, and they would have been better athletes.
They'd be New York sausage. They'd be New York sausage instead of hot dogs too.
Okay, but also you can't romanticize them completely to the point where you're like, well, Larry Bird hit the kill shot threes, and it's like he maybe made 1-3 a game, and it's like, I mean,
but they didn't take any, Rye.
He had 8 points a game and 2.
But they didn't take any.
Okay.
Hey, did you get Richway's donation up there? Did you get his comment?
Yeah, he says, this one, he says, Larry, my buddy Eugene and I have been longtime fans. Can you get Fitz back on the show? Eugene said you'll look more hip with AirPods while doing your show. Okay, thank you. I'll change out my earphones. And yeah, I'll give Fitz a call. We'd love to have him back on. He's phenomenal. He's an Emmy award-winning broadcaster, and he stepped in tonight for Tim Roy. With Tim Roy unable to go tonight, Bob stepped in the last couple nights or the last couple of games of the series, and I'm sure did an incredible job. Of course, I'm watching it on the TV. I'm sure you guys were as well. But Fitz is an all-timer as far as I'm concerned. He's a good personal friend. So absolutely, Rich Whale, thanks to you and Eugene. I'll talk to Fitz. I'll send him a text, and we'll see if we can get him on here in the next week. We'd love to. He was phenomenal when we had him on last week. Didn't you guys think he was pretty good?
Oh yeah, Fitz was awesome.
It just sucked that he came on after the one loss.
Yeah, well, it's funny too because we were trying to get. I wanted him to come on after a win. I asked him to come on after was a game. I wanted him to come on after the Sunday game, which was game 3. And they wound up losing. They wound up winning game 3, right? Or no, losing game 3 and winning game 4.
Dallas, yeah.
He wound up coming on Tuesday after game 4, and they lost.
Yeah,
but we wanted him to get him on Sunday after game 3, a game that they won. But unfortunately, you can't time these things sometimes.
You can't.
But no, I'm not romanticizing Larry Bird. I mean, I believe me, I understand what Larry Bird was, but the thing is, you never saw him. So it's like, I can't really have a conversation when you don't really have any appreciation for a player you didn't see.
I know, but the most I had is my dad, when I was 7 years old, he got me a DVD with Bird's 25 greatest games. And I used to watch those all the time. Him going against Dominique. He was sick. He was a sick player.
He could dominate without touching the ball. I mean, I saw
you're describing Steph Curry. He dominates without touching the ball. I'm just saying, they had Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish and top 75 guys, and they won 3 rings. Steph Curry has Clay and Draymond, who are great players. They had KD, but they didn't have the same help as Bird.
Hey, Steph has 2 rings.
Wait a second.
With
KD, he had Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. Those guys are all Hall of Famers.
Everybody voted top 75. There was 3 players on the not Bird, not including Bird. They had 3 guys in the top 75 from that Celtics team.
I'm just saying, Bird made those players. I mean, he was the best player on those teams.
Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. That's what I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, Bird was better. The margin between Bird and McHale, Bird and Parrish is greater, I think, than the margin between Steph and those guys. But
that's shocking.
I do. I believe that. I really believe that.
What, a 2-time All-Star, and Clay's never even been All-NBA.
Bird was one of those guys that they played up tempo and he could just make touch passes to anybody at any time. He had court vision of Jason Kidd. He had point guard court vision. He could see guys, in the back of he had eyes in the back of his head. He made magical play after magical play. And I think actually he played I think he played in the best era, to be honest. The 80s, I think, was the best player, the best, deepest era of
Magic?
Of NBA basketball.
Bird or Magic? Because you were there.
That's a toss-up because I watched Magic the other day. I was watching highlights. That guy was so incredible that I think MJ, LeBron, Magic, Bird, top 4, maybe Kareem right in there, debated.
Magic was spectacular. Magic was spectacular.
3. It's not even a discussion.
I have Magic third all time.
How can you have Magic third all time when he only won rings when Kareem was there? And Kareem is probably the third best player.
Magic won Game 6 by himself.
Right, that's not true at all. The Magic won Game 7 tipping center without Kareem.
No, that was Game 6 after Kareem averaged like 35 in every other game, and Magic had
Magic was a rookie, 40, and there was 42. No Kareem.
I know, but I'm saying that's a 1-game sample size of Magic, and he had 5 games of Kareem to help him. Like that's what I'm saying.
Anybody who remembers that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, do you remember Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's rookie year? It was decades before that. He was a rookie in the 60s. We're talking about the 80s. You're talking about an much older Kareem. Magic was young. And all these teams were loaded. Magic had Worthy. Magic had Byron Scott. Magic had Michael Cooper. Magic had Rambis. Michael Thompson.
How do we say that guy's number 3 overall?
They're all great. I mean, it's like, but as far as how would I rank them? I'd rank them Jordan 1. Because I can't rank Russell or Chamberlain I just can't because I just didn't see them. And if you didn't see them, you really can't rank them. But so I don't know where to. I mean, Russell was the ultimate winner. He was a great defensive player. Chamberlain has stats that are just unbelievable. I mean, he's right there with every great scoring stat there is in the history of the league. So those guys are titans. But for me, for like what I saw, I would go with Jordan 1 and some combination of Magic or Bird 2 and 3. That's what I would go as my top 3. Everybody's a little different. Everybody's going to have.
Do you have LeBron 4? Or?
Yeah, where's LeBron?
LeBron's in there for sure. I mean, his longevity is incredible. His passing ability is incredible. I'd probably put him right there. I mean, he's also right there. That's what I'm saying. Different eras. It's hard to gauge these guys. I mean, do you put LeBron over Kobe? Kobe has more rings than LeBron. Is it about rings to you, or is it about what's it about?
I mean, Kobe wasn't the number 1 guy on a finals team for his first 3 rings. So that to me is something. And I think Pau Gasol actually outplayed him in his last finals.
I mean, Kobe had 5 rings though, right? And LeBron has 3, right?
I think it was
he's got 2 more rings, and he was.
Yeah, but you can't just go by rings. How many rings did Kerr win as a player?
That's a disingenuous argument. Kerr was a bench player.
Well, yeah,
I'm saying Kobe Bryant. I'm not saying rings is the only discussion, but I mean, personally, I think Kobe Bryant, was a better scorer than LeBron. I think if it came right down to it, there's all different kinds of barometers. If your team's down 2 and you need to win the finals, and you can have, either LeBron James or Kobe Bryant taking the last shot, I'm taking Kobe Bryant.
Yeah,
I'm taking Kobe Bryant. There's just no doubt about it. So, and I wouldn't take LeBron. He wouldn't be like first, second, or third on that list. So, what's your barometer? At the same time, if you're talking about a longevity, man, you got to give it to LeBron. Look at the longevity. I mean, he's had unbelievable longevity, and they're all different. LeBron's like a 6'8" point guard. I think if you're going to compare LeBron to anybody, I think the more apt comparison is not Jordan, it's Magic. Compare him to Magic, because
but when was Magic ever the best player on a finals team?
Magic was the best player on all of those teams that he was on.
Oh,
yes, Rye. Really? Yes. I mean, my goodness, You're telling me no, you weren't even alive. Magic, Magic was the best player on all of those teams. He was the best player his rookie year. He was the best player on all of those teams. I mean,
no doubt.
There's just no doubt. Okay, I love Kareem. Now, Kareem is a great player.
Don't look at the box score. Look at again. You can look at
how old Kareem was at that point.
The literal game before, you're saying like, oh, his big game where Kareem was out and he scored 42. The game before that, where they lost, he had 14 points and 10 turnovers. Like, I don't on 30% shooting. Like, I don't think that he was This
He had a couple of bad games.
Magic Johnson took the league by storm. Magic Johnson's the reason the league is what it is today. Magic and Bird turned the whole thing around. The Celtics weren't good. The Lakers were good, but not great. Magic became the best player on the best team, and Bird became the best. It was like a dual monarchy. And then they won. You know, they took turns winning there in the 80s. And Kareem was there for all of it, but Kareem wasn't the best player on any of those teams. He wasn't the best player in 84, wasn't the best player in 87. I mean, those were stacked teams anyway. That team had McAdoo. One of those teams had, Scott and Rambis. I mean, they were loaded. They were loaded teams.
Okay,
But
I know
Magic
you're
was
saying
the
eye
best.
test. I know you're saying eye test, but let me read you Kareem's stats until he got injured in those finals. He went 40 points, 15 rebounds. Then he went 23 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 blocks. He averaged 5.5 blocks. Then the next game was 33 points, 14 rebounds. Then 38 points, 14 rebounds. Then 33 points, 14 rebounds. And his blocks went 4, 4, 4, 5, 6. And his field goal percentage was ridiculous. Like, he was easily the best player in that series. And Magic Johnson was up and down, had a ton of turnovers, had 16, 13, 16, 10 assists, 11 assists. Like, I'm just saying, he had one great.
You're reading a box score. We lived it. All right. I don't know any other way to say it. I don't want to insult you. I don't want to get into an argument over it. But I mean, go ask 100. Go ahead, Danny. You want to talk?
Magic,
I'll be
Magic
quiet.
was the engine that made things run on that team. All he did was, with Kareem, was unstoppable. He had a sky hook that if he was on, there was no defensive player that could stop it. And that's why he scored so much, because they would just go down low into the post back when they had a post game.
And nobody's saying Kareem sucked. I'm just saying Kareem's dominance was in the early 70s and the mid 70s. By the time Magic showed up, Magic played in the 79 NC2A Final Four. He was a rookie in 80. How old was Kareem in 1980?
He had.
I've got Steve.
He had to be 31, 32.
You guys there?
Steve, how are you? Steve Coccimiglio joins us to talk a little hoop. Steve, we're we've got different eras of basketball here, and we're debating different things. But give us your thoughts. The Warriors win the title tonight, 103-90. Steph Curry did something that we haven't seen anybody do in the Boston Garden, the home of the former home of Red Auerbach, who used to light up the victory cigar. Steph actually pointed to his ring finger, like, give me the ring, mid-third quarter. I mean, that was stunning to see. It's one thing to see a tweet from somebody saying this thing's over, but essentially pointing to your ring finger in the middle of the third quarter, I mean, that's confidence, or either that's confidence or putting the cart before the horse, but ultimately his play backed it up.
Well, I've enjoyed you all today, Larry. I watched this morning with
Larry Harris.
Larry Harris. I watched that podcast, and that was very interesting. And of course, I've been following you guys since you came on tonight about 9:15, and enjoying it. Well, my thought is this. So you go back to after they lose the Toronto series and everything that was happened with Clay, and of course with Durant's injury, and then he signs with another team. They come back, and I believe Curry was hurt that year, and they win 15 games. And then, and of course last year Steph was back and had a great season. But they had a decision to make back then, and the Kerr and Myers, and that was, are we going to try to keep this thing together with Green and Thompson and Curry? And they did make a commitment to do that. They really, a lot of people were talking about it, and let's wait till Thompson comes back, even though most people who have a background in sports know how difficult it was going to be for Klay Thompson to come back. And the timing came together. My brother Dan made a good point, when it talked about, it doesn't matter where they were in the playoffs, they can win on the road. But the timing of everything came together in the last 2 months for this team, and including even, Curry's foot injury, and it gave him a rest a little bit in some respects, get his body back. But, in sports, whether it's, no matter what sport it is, it's about getting hot at the right time. And the Warriors, they caught their wave right at the right time. And, in this series, watching Curry, he's at his peak right now. And, I was listening to your conversation, Larry, and I would agree with you. I don't really believe he's going to get better. But I think he can maintain.
Yeah, he's not going to decline.
He's not going to, he's not going to decline greatly. But here's what they'll do with these young players coming up, and they need to sign Payton. But they've got Poole, they've got Payton. They'll bring another guard in. They still have Thompson. They have Curry. I think they'll decrease Curry's minutes, and they want those guys to have their legs when they get to the playoffs. And but it was a masterful job by Myers rebuilding this team. Wiggins we saw it again, and Wiggins again was a key player. And then of course the maturity of Poole in the last 2 to 3 years. So, the Warriors do have an upside. I still think they got a lot of mileage out of Curry left. I think, and I want to give, I've been critical of Draymond Green in this series because, and rightfully so. But I think that after the fourth quarter, when they were using him as a offensive defensive substitution, I think it woke him up. And I give him all the credit in the world. In Game 5 and Game 6, he looked like the old Draymond Green, especially tonight. I mean, he was running hard. He was going rim to rim. He was active with his hands. He was getting clean rebounds by himself. Lo and behold, he hits 2 threes. He hits that big shot on the inbound play. And Draymond Green, I'm really glad to see.
She found out about it from Rocket Homes. She did? Of course.
in the background,
and she has a
Larry.
verified approval that lets sellers. So the house is hers. Still.
Sorry about that. Not sure which window it is here.
I really believe that Draymond Green got back to his focus. He wasn't trying to be a bully. He wasn't trying to talk a lot. He wasn't arguing with the officials. His self-control, once again, he got back to focusing. I give the credit to Kerr. The staff talked to him, and he did a great job. And I was really impressed with Green tonight. But I'm happy for the Warriors. Larry, you made a really good point. I mean, the way that Boston started out, it looked like they were on a really good game plan. They were pounding it inside. They were isolating Curry on defense. They were crashing the boards. And, they were playing really good defense. And they were, like I said, they were posting Curry up. But, the officials tonight set the tone early. They called a lot of fouls. This game was probably one of the better officiated games of a series that I didn't think was officiated very consistently. But, the end of the first quarter, the Warriors had some good fortune. Green hit a 3, Curry hits a 3. Payton strips the ball, Poole banks in a 3. And it really changed the momentum after Boston started out in a real purposeful way. And then, but Payton is a difference maker.
100%.
He just gets the loose balls. He's always, he's there for rebounds. He plays way bigger than he is. And I just think that he was a difference maker tonight. But Green was a really significant difference in the last 2 games.
Payton isn't it intriguing that a guy like Gary Payton, who's 5 G League teams, 4 NBA teams, 5 G League teams, waived twice by Golden State, and that he could wind up. I mean, they almost went with Avery Bradley. And they had discussions about it, and they instead went with Payton, which in some ways I think that was the fork in the road, because let's be honest, the one thing about this organization is they really listen to their players, maybe more so than other organizations. Draymond Green's in the war room. He's at draft workouts. He's almost like a glorified front office guy. Steph is consulted on almost every major move. They got got nothing but respect for Clay. They've all won rings together and enjoyed the success together. So I think that there probably is no team in the NBA that listens to their key guys the way that Myers would listen to Steph and Clay and Draymond. But in this situation, they wanted Avery Bradley. And it probably took a lot of fortitude for Bob Myers to kind of stand up to all three of his players and say, you know what, guys, I know you want Avery Bradley, but we think we'd rather have Gary Payton. And man, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like not like a minor decision. And Bradley at the time they were neck and neck as far as options. I don't know that they win this title if they don't make that call correctly. If they went with Avery Bradley over Gary Payton, who knows? Maybe they don't win the ring. What do you think, Dan? What do you think, Steve?
I don't think so.
Well, Payton is a very unique player. Really, what he is an undersized kind of three. Look, if you ask me why he stayed in those developmental league teams and he bounced around, I would probably say you don't see him handle the ball that much. He's probably a dominant left-hand player, so he probably didn't have much of I hardly ever see him dribble with his right hand. He probably wasn't a very consistent shooter, so they were looking at him as a guard. This is just my speculation, but they were looking at him as a guard who was a dominant hand player that didn't shoot it that well, but that's really not, Peyton's not really a point guard. You could probably get into him full court and make him put it in his right hand and he'd be very uncomfortable. So,
and he's a player who's like, he's 6'3", but he plays like 6'8". I mean, think about that for a second. I heard the announcers say Steph Curry says that Gary Payton is the biggest 6'3" player he's ever seen. The way he plays effectively.
Steph calls him that, I think.
Yeah.
Well, and you can see how explosive he is. On that break when they came down and Thompson gave him the bounce pass, he was ready for it. He's explosive. He gets up quick. And like you said, you were talking about early on, maybe 2-3 games ago, Larry, where he caught a little quick pass and he got up with a right-handed layup. I mean, I remember that play. His hand was in the box. His right hand was in the box, so he scores around the basket. I think he's made himself into an adequate shooter when you leave him alone. But the things that he does are not self-initiated offensively. He is to loose balls. He's to rebounds. He's to defensive stops. He's to deflections. So players like that, the more players you have like that, the better your team is. And it's a perfect blend. I thought that Thompson, he didn't shoot it very well tonight. And there was some times during the second half where I thought he was going to shoot Boston back into the game.
He was forcing it so hard.
He was forcing plays and he
was dribbling. He was dribbling the ball too much. When Steph Curry was on the floor and it was like, oh my God, we've got some good momentum. Please let's get it to Steph so we can at least run something that's going to be, have some reasonable success rate. And like Clay would kind of just dribble it with one hand, sometimes get picked. Sometimes take like kind of a fading, shot from the nail.
Well, we were all talking about Mark Jackson even said the ball crossed half court, and he said on the television, he goes, the ball needs to be in Steph Curry's hands.
Yeah.
And there you see, and then Clay was dribbling around and took kind of a fadeaway jump shot and short on the rim. Here comes Boston. And I mean, I'm not on Clay because, he has the mentality of a shooter. I'm going to make the next one. But I just thought he probably wasn't as much in rhythm. But look, they're going to keep those three guys. Obviously, I believe they're all in contracts with Curry, Green, and Thompson, and they're going to build around them really well. I would. Is Wiggins a free agent?
No, he's one more.
No, he's Wiggins is. I think got another year.
Okay, so Wiggins is obviously going to continue. He's going to reach his prime. And then Poole is going to play well. I was glad to hear what Larry Harris was talking about this today when I was watching you, Larry, about the development of Weissman. And that would be great, because he is so long. He is like Robert Williams, but he's even more skilled because, Weissman, he can shoot the ball. He's a pretty good offensive player. So if he joins the fold, I think that they really have something going in the next couple of years. They still can be really, really good.
Yeah, they
but
can
I've
win
enjoyed
another year or two.
being able to call in and talk to you guys. I've really enjoyed all your banter. Larry, I think you're right about Larry Bird, and your top three with Michael Jordan and Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, I agree with. That's exactly how I feel.
Over LeBron too?
I think LeBron is I would not put LeBron in with those guys because I just don't think, and LeBron's gotten better. Look, I respect LeBron. I personally have LeBron in my top 5 along with Kareem. Kareem's the leading scorer in the history of the NBA.
So I didn't see Kareem, but Kareem has 7 MVPs and 7 titles, and Magic never won a championship without him. So that's just my thing. I don't know.
Well, they matched up really well together. But Larry's right that Magic came in as a rookie and Kareem was really good when he was with the Bucks, and he was good.
And he was the MVP Magic's rookie year. I don't want to. I'm just saying that was the passing of the torch. Kareem was in decline. Magic was an ascending player. If Kareem was the better player, it was just that first year. The rest of the 80s, Magic was the best player on that team. But all of these teams, this is a team sport. All of these teams were stacked. I mean, I don't know that the Lakers get to those finals in the 80s without James Worthy. James Worthy was the greatest player in college basketball. He was an awesome small forward who could run the floor. He had massive hands, and he could just do what he wanted with the basketball. And heck, one of those years, Lakers had Bob McAdoo. Bob McAdoo was another all-time great who was in the twilight years, but they only really asked him to shoot the top of the key set shot, and that was down. Anytime you wanted it, he would make that shot. So he was an all-time great. So this is the Celtics of the 80s were stacked. Incredibly stacked. So it's hard to separate the individual greatness from the team greatness and that kind of thing and measure every different eras. This era, that era, they're all a little different. All I got to say with Bird was that you just felt like he was on a different level than everybody else at every turn in college.
More than Magic.
Indiana State with the Sycamores got to the Final Four. They got.
That's a better accomplishment than Steph Curry taking a bunch of D leaguers and beating 3 of the top seeds and losing by 2 versus Kansas in the Elite 8.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't remember anybody on that Bird Sycamore team that was any good at all except for Bird. I thought and then look at the improvement. I don't have it in front of me, but the improvement from pre-Bird to Bird was massive. I think to this day, it's the biggest turnaround in the history of the NBA as far as wins. So I don't know. I know there are lots of people that have seen Magic and think of Bird as just some old white guy who couldn't do this and couldn't do that. But you had to see it. You had to see what he could do. He was absolutely incredible. And there was a reverence. Let's just say this. When they put the original Dream Team together, that team was stacked with all kinds of great, great players. And yet they all deferred to Magic and Bird and Jordan. Those were the guys. Those guys were on a different level among the greats, among the Mullins and the David Robinsons and the John Stocktons and the Scottie Pippens. Those guys were just along for the ride compared to Magic and Michael and Larry. So
yeah. That's I remember that too, Larry. My top 5 is pretty close to probably everybody else's. It's MJ, Magic, Bird, LeBron, and Kareem. That would be my starting 5 if I was to put a team together. And Steph would be my six. Would be. Steph and Magic are the 2 top guards in my opinion of all time.
And they're completely different. My thing is
players, yeah.
Okay, if we're doing the game where, all right, we can't judge based off stuff that we didn't see, the only way to really make the argument is okay, who dominated their specific era the most? So I would say, there's an argument between Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. You have to go with Bill Russell because he was the more winning player. Will Chamberlain was more of a kind of a stat stuffer type guy. So you'd say, okay, Russell. Then Russell probably has to be in the top 5. Then you move on to the 70s, and it's like Dr. J, Moses. I don't know. Who would you say? Dr. J in the 70s? Probably I'd say Kareem.
What? What's the question?
Best player, guy who dominated the era. I'd say probably.
I mean, it was a loaded era. You had George Gervin. You had all kinds of guys.
Kareem.
I mean,
Kareem. So I would say like
Kareem.
Russell,
Kareem. Kareem was the big man.
And then you go 80s and you have to pick one of Bird or Magic. Then you go 90s, you have to pick one of MJ. Or I mean, you don't have to pick one of anybody. You just pick MJ in the 90s. Then in the 2000s, it's Kobe or Duncan. Then once you move into the 2010s, LeBron. And then that's where you're like, okay, maybe Steph. But like that's, you know what I mean? That's how
I mean, like everybody's got a different barometer on this stuff. Like I watched all these guys. I personally think that Olajuwon was a better player than Tim Duncan.
Yeah, and like
Tim
also
Duncan,
you probably think like
Tim Duncan has more rules, more rings, and had more winning, and he was on better teams.
But there's no MJ.
But I mean, where do you put Olajuwon? Where do you put Akeem? I mean, he's
everybody. I did see a lot of these players play, but I really don't think that anybody. This is just my statement that I think Michael Jordan still stands as the greatest player of all time in basketball.
For sure.
And I think those Bulls teams, when you take a look, when you're Pippen and Ron Harper and the role players were all they were a really good team. And before they had Rodman, they were really good. And then of course, Michael Jordan took the 2 years off and then he came back and won 3 more. And that still, to me, is such a significant run because of the teams of Detroit. And, of course, Boston was just kind of fading away. But those Utah teams were good that they played. And it's hard because every era has its uniqueness.
Exactly.
We are in the era of the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry. We just are. And I thought it was great when they had Kevin Durant. But this really was Steph's shining moment. And everything came together really well. The team came together really well. I thought that their run through the West was not super difficult. It really wasn't, because when you look at Denver and you look at Memphis and then you even look at Dallas, they were flawed teams. Boston, and Ryan, I agree with you that the young talent was there, but the series proved itself out, and that it really did, and that Tatum never really stepped up. I don't think there was
he showed no heart. Like, it was weird because he stepped up in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yes, but Brown
that was his mountain.
Mm-hmm. He's 24 years old,
and they're going to be good.
Oh yeah, they'll be back. They'll be
really
back.
Have much of a bench.
Yeah. Steve, do you agree with me that, like, if this thing, let's say that hypothetically the Celtics were in the Western Conference and like just happened to be that the Warriors played them in the first round of the playoffs, the way they played the Nets where there's not as much pressure, it's like the first round of the playoffs, do you think that the Boston would have had a better chance of winning?
What I saw was this. From the start of the series, I thought that Kerr and his staff made better adjustments because the Warriors got better and better and better on defense. Their help defense, each game, Boston had a more difficult time getting to the rim.
Yeah.
The first 2 games, or the first game, and then of course the third game, they were just breaking them down. And all of them were breaking them down. And I thought they did a really good job forcing those guys to their weak hand. And then the help was there. The collapse was there. They just forced them to beat them from the perimeter. They forced them to beat them from over the top. Where the games that were Boston won, they were at the rim. They were getting second, third shots, and they were just breaking down the Warriors off penetration. They were breaking down the Warriors on the glass, and they just dominated them. And I remember after Game 3 that the Celtics just took it to the Warriors physically, but the staff adjusted and their game plans adjusted and their scouting reports adjusted. And I thought the veteran players like Green and other players that they had They just did a better job adjusting and shutting Boston down as the series went on.
I think Udoka is probably a pretty solid coach, but he's a young coach, and their advantage was Williams, Horford, and Tatum with length advantages across the board on the front line. And I just thought that, those three guys could basically flash the middle. And if the entry pass was on time, that was going to be almost an impossible thing for Golden State to stop. There was a sequence tonight where Horford, I think it was Horford, it might have been Robert Williams, got the ball down low, and Steph fouled him. And he fouled him on the floor. It wasn't on the shot. He fouled him immediately. And to me, why did he foul him? Because he knew he was in a mismatch.
Tatum,
who was it?
It was Tatum, I believe.
It was Tatum. Okay. So he fouls Tatum. And why? Because he knows he'll rather send him to the line and make him earn it than let him just shoot right over him. And that was an advantage. There were several sequences where Tatum was being guarded by Steph and Tatum was still camped out beyond the 3-point line. Their advantage was inside and they didn't take advantage of it. I mean, I haven't gone through every single box, but I guarantee you that points in the paint should have been, there were 6 games played in this series. They should have been plus 60, the Celtics, in points in the paint. They should have been plus 10 in every single game if you look at the matchups, and they didn't take advantage of it. I mean, the disadvantage for Boston was they didn't have a point guard. The advantage was they had great size. Well, their disadvantage burned them as the series progressed, in that they turned it over more and more as in each game that went by. But their advantage, they never took advantage of their advantage on Golden State. So that's where I think when Udoka looks back at this series, he's going to go, you know what? They had an advantage. They took advantage of it. We had an advantage. We didn't take advantage of it. And it's easy to point to Boston and blame Tatum, and he's not a big game guy. It's just that he had to play point, and he's so far away from the bucket, and Golden State was just deeper. I mean, look at that Boston bench. I mean, when I saw them empty the bench, and I'm a pretty big basketball fan, I couldn't name, if you had said freeze frame, all right, Boston just emptied their bench, name who's in the game. I don't know. Looked like I felt like I was watching Gonzaga's bench. I mean, it was their bench: Cornette, Morgan, Hauser, Naismith, Pritchard, Stauskas. These are not only not household names, these guys are nothing in the grand scheme of things. Where you look at the Warrior bench, Iguodala is a former star, and Looney came off the bench, and Peyton's damn good, and Poole's a future star. Bielitsa started a lot in this league. Kuminga's going to be a starter in the future. Moody's going to be Warriors truly have only two true bench players, maybe 3 if you want to say Peyton: Toscano Anderson, Damian Lee, and Gary Payton. The rest of the team are either young or old NBA starting players, and I think it showed as the series wore on.
This is a good exercise. Which guys would start on the Celtics?
It's not about that. It's about who would ever start in the league. Green, Porter, Wiggins, Curry, Thompson, Iguodala, Looney, Poole, Bielitsa, Kuminga, and Moody would all start at different points in their career. Where for the Celtics, that's Tatum, Horford, Williams, Smart, Brown. And I think if you wanted to make an argument, you could argue for either Grant Williams or Derek White, but even that would be a stretch. So what I'm saying is Boston may have 5.5 NBA starters, where Golden State has like 9, and they didn't use them all, but that's how deep they are. And I think that depth really, it showed as the series wore on. And I think Steve's right. I think Golden State's coaching staff deserves a ton of credit for the adjustments, because they made adjustments. And I mean, think about it. They found a way to turn off Marcus Smart's water. They found a way to turn off Derek White's water. They found a way to defend this Boston team better and better and better every game of the series as it went. And that's why they're champs.
Look at how well Pritchard played against Miami. He was nothing in this series. He had nothing. He couldn't. I mean,
the guy that stands out is White, because White started the series and he was incredibly hot. And by the end of the series, he looked like a guy who didn't feel comfortable anywhere on the floor.
All the Boston guys I listen to, they say like that's the thing with White. I mean, they traded a first-round pick for him. They thought White could be the guy because he was a great defensive player for the Spurs. You know, he could hit shots, seemed like a comfortable point guard, backup point guard type. But the thing about White is that he is extremely inconsistent and loses his confidence really fast. And you know what? He had his confidence going. And the second Gary Payton got into the series, it was gone. The second he stripped him, it was over. He lost all his confidence. And I will say also, you know, the series could have been different if Robert Williams was 100%. But we all knew he wasn't coming into this, because I think we should give some praise to that guy, because he's one of the more unique, more incredible players I've ever seen.
He blocked a jump shot, and he was like 8 feet off the guy.
Wow. Time Lord.
Larry, you make a great point about, you know, Boston not playing to their strength. If I was coaching Boston's team, I would have really run sets and pounded it down inside, because now you've got mismatches. You could have potentially gotten Curry in foul trouble. You know, it would always seem like Tatum was, you know, out at the 3-point line going one-on-one against Curry. And, you know, Curry can guard on the perimeter. But if you were to take that situation and run a crackdown screen, put, you know, Tatum on the block with Curry guarding him and throw it down there, and now he's got his back to the basket, maybe 6 feet away with Curry's guarding him, turn face the basket with a live dribble, they've got to help. They have to help. Boston should have played inside out, and they didn't play that at all. Now, the game is not played inside out very much anywhere. The whole game of basketball has changed. And so now you've got guys like Tatum or even Smart. You could have posted Smart up. He's a physically strong guy.
That was their one thing in the previous game that really got the Warriors' attention. They started sending doubles when Smart started posting up Jordan Poole. And then what Kerr did very smartly is that he started staggering Poole's minutes where Smart wasn't out there.
But they had, like you guys are saying, though, they had physical mismatches on at least 3 positions in the starting 5. And you could have he really could have grinded the game down into a half-court game. And then as far as guarding the Warriors were concerned, get the ball out of Curry's hands. Now, in game 5, they took the ball out of Curry's hands, and Curry wasn't shooting well, and other players stepped up. But you have to pick. You can't get beat by the other team's best player. You have to make their second, third, and fourth best players beat you. And then I really felt they could have grinded down and got him into foul trouble, whether it was Curry or whether it was Wiggins. Wiggins is an excellent defender. He can guard anywhere. But they did. Larry makes the point. They didn't play to their strength. I agree with that 100%.
I'm just looking at, give you an idea of like that first game. I was saying to the fellas, Steve, that I really think that game 1 was a little bit of, it was like a win and a loss for Boston. It was a win that they stole that first game, but then it was a loss because they kind of decided that, hey, you know what? We can hoist with these guys. We can shoot it. And I'm looking at the percentages. Here they are. This is regular season from 3. Tatum, 35%, Smart, 33%, Brown, 36%. He was the best of them. Derek White, 31%. And you're going to try
Horford? Wasn't he like 24, 25, Horford?
What was Horford?
Yeah, what was his 3-point for the regular
33.
season?
33 for Horford.
33? I thought he was in the 20s.
And he was 47 in the playoffs.
Yeah, he was 46 in the playoffs, 33 in the regular season for Horford. But I'm just looking at the Warriors by comparison. Steph, 38%, Clay, 39%, Wiggins, 39%, Poole, 36%. And then you mix in Otto Porter. Let me check Porter's final stats for the year. I think he had Yeah, he had a pretty high. He was 37% for Porter in the regular season. So just on percentages alone, you didn't want to get into a 3-point shootout with this Warrior team. You wanted to play to your strengths, and your strengths were that Williams is young and big and powerful, and Horford's young. He's not young, but he's big. He's 6'9", 6'10", and Tatum was a lot of times was switched off onto Steph Curry. I mean, you got a major size advantage there. I just felt like, man, if they could just feed that entry pass, and it wasn't like Golden State was doing an incredible job at denying the entry pass, and the way these guys can flash across the lane. I mean, you can take that entry pass from any angle. It could be on the top, it could be from the elbow, from the wings, from the corner. You can make that pass from almost anywhere, and Boston just didn't do it. So I know people talk in glowing terms about Udoka, and I believe he's got a great coaching future, but this is not going to be on the resume as far as they didn't maximize what they do best. I think they just kind of they fell in love with the 3-ball a little bit when Golden State didn't defend them in the first game, and then they kind of stayed with it despite the results, and it just kind of Boston's lack of a point guard caused them to turn it over more and more and more as Golden State got their defensive rotations, down to a science as the thing progressed. And I think Golden State got better in each game defensively, and Boston still didn't really have a solid game plan that they executed throughout offensively and throughout the series.
Larry, I'll make a comment what you just said, because I think you said Boston didn't utilize what they do best, but which you were referring to, meaning matchups,
I'm saying they had a mismatch against
mismatch.
Golden State.
But the problem is they didn't play that way all year. They were a 3-point hoisting team with Tatum and Brown, and Brown was good at usually slashing a lot more, but the Warriors made him go left, and he couldn't do it because he would turn it over, or he would get caught up and he'd have to pass it out. He'd distribute it to it and it'd get turned over that way, or he'd throw it away. But when Boston was able to go right, they dominated the Warriors. When those guys, game one, they won game one in the fourth quarter because the Warriors couldn't stop the penetration of Jaylen Brown. And Tatum had 13 assists in that game because he would drive by and then they'd collapse on him, and he was distributing and they were hitting their shots. But the Warriors stopped him from doing that. They started forcing him to go left, but they were able to get away with that in the regular season because teams, let's face it, they don't play as good a defense in the regular season. And in the playoffs, Milwaukee was missing Middleton, so that was a big thing for them, not having Middleton, who plays pretty good defense as well as offense. And Miami was hurting with a couple of their key guys were out. So I'm not sure the Celtics were ready for what the Warriors threw at them.
I think also we can't discount the fact that the Warriors' offense is unlike anything we see nowadays. As like offenses get more homogenized, they get more the same. The Warriors off, and that's why I kind of thought they'd win game one. Is like the difference of it all. It really is something. And you know what? Everybody's like, oh, the Warriors got so lucky, like the way like the Rockets missed 27 threes and they choked. I mean, chasing around Steph Curry and these guys for an entire series, like no one. I mean, I feel like it definitely correlates to poorer shooting as the series progresses into the latter games.
One of the things, Steve, I know that you probably couldn't stand, and Dusty Gold comments here in the chat on it. He says, man, I hate seeing the flops. Saw a lot tonight. Don't want to see this become soccer. They pull that off all the time. We saw so many flops in this game, and it was pretty clear that Boston, was going to try to probably had it on their whiteboard in the locker room. Like, let's come out and see if we can flop a couple times against Steph Curry and draw some easy fouls. And it worked a couple times. But I counted like 5 Celtic flops tonight. And at one point, one of the announcers kind of ripped them a little bit and said, "Hey, you know what? You gotta stop playing to the officials and trying to play for calls and flop. You gotta just D up and be a little bit more hard nosed about it." And I thought that was an appropriate point. To me, when I watch Boston flop like 3 times in the first part of the game and do it again in the third quarter, to me, that was a sign that, wow, this is a desperate basketball team. What was your read on all the flops that we saw tonight coming from Boston?
Well, I think it'd be a good idea for the NBA to take a look at what the NCAA has done. They have directed and trained their officials. If you look at this year, where they would give the flop warning, and then the second time it was a technical foul. And you guys watched enough college games this year. It was a point of emphasis, and any kid that tried to flop, they immediately called that, where they put their hands down and as a kind of a signal, and they had a flop warning. And after the flop warning, any other flops were an automatic technical foul for one shot. So the NCAA was coaching, and a lot of it's in major college basketball or Division I basketball, coaches have a lot of input. The National Association of Basketball Coaches meets at the Final Four for their convention. They have leadership, and the coaches, and there's probably 350 Division I programs, so there's a lot of coaches, but there's leadership, and they went to the rules committee and basically said, "Hey, listen, we've got to get rid of the flopping," and that's what they put in. The NBA ought to take a look at it too, where they warn the first flop on a team, and then they give a technical foul, and that's one of the ways they could clean it up.
One of the things I wrote in my notes watching the game that I wanted to ask you tonight, Steve, and I've been meaning to ask you this for a couple of weeks, but I just didn't have the right time. But we saw it tonight, and it might be a perfect time to discuss this. Steph Curry got the ball. I think it was a steal. I can't remember what part it was in the game, but Tatum just grabbed his arm. Now he was still in the backcourt. And I didn't understand why he did it, because it's like, yeah, was there a turnover? Yeah. And did the Warriors have numbers? They may have had a man advantage, but it wasn't like a breakaway 3-0
ahead.
But there was a defender there as well, but Tatum grabbed his arm. And I just think this is so bad for basketball. I think it's a bad look. I think it's just bad. I mean, could you imagine if every time Dominique or Jordan in the 80s got loose and all of a sudden we were going to see some powerhouse jam or some Jordan soaring double clutch jam that, Nike made millions off of? If suddenly somebody just, oh, no, we're not going to see that because, the Warriors backup 2 guard just grabbed Jordan, just tackled Dominique. And so now we're not going to get to see it. It's like, you know what? Some of the greatest moments in the history of this league have been created in the open floor. I'd like to see them change that rule and not just say it's a spot foul side out and have and almost incentivize the defense to do it. Make it 2 shots in the ball, and let's stop eliminating highlights. I'm sick of it. NBA players, I don't know if it's an ego thing, but it's like players today react to getting their shot blocked like somebody took one of their children from them. I mean, it's like a personal affront if somebody blocks your shot. And if somebody dunks on you, it's like, oh my God, you've lost face and you've lost, like you're going to lose half your salary or something. It's like there's more importance on it than ever before. I'm not sure if it's the over machismo era that we're in, but enough of this. Let's forget the highlights and tackle the guy and wrap him up. Let's change the rule there, Steve, so that players are de-incentivized to do that, so that they can't just, because I mean, Tatum grabbed Curry's arm. What did the Warriors get out of it? Nothing. They had a fast break opportunity. Instead, they got a side out and a foul on Tatum. How about 2 shots in the ball, and maybe we won't see that anymore? Give me your thought on that, because you watch the game of basketball and you see all the different rules and the rule changes through the years. I think I think this is just an ugly, an ugly aspect of NBA basketball right now, that particular play.
Well, once again, I would revert back to college basketball, where if you're not playing the ball, it's an intentional foul, and it's either 1 or 2 free throws. I believe it's 2 free throws and the ball. And so a play like that where Tatum grabbed his arm in college, and that's where they call a foul, and their sign is they cross their arms for an X, and they call it an intentional foul. And it's 2 free throws and the ball out of bounds. So you don't see those plays in college. You don't see guys just grabbing guys in college because I have always believed this, and I used to tell officials this all the time. A foul should not be an advantage. It should not be an advantage for you to foul. Mm-hmm. And I used to get on officials all the time, even when the continuation. I've been really surprised with the NBA how they've taken the continuation away. Before, once a player picked up his dribble and started his steps towards the basket, that was considered part of his shot. Players, whether it's a Euro step or not.
And they're so, not to interrupt you, Steve, but they're so freaking inconsistent on that. I mean, I love the Warriors, rooting for the Warriors. Everybody knows that. But that one where Grant Williams kneed the back of Peyton's ankle, which caused him to trip, and then went to the ground, that's a foul on Grant Williams. But they didn't want to call it a foul on Grant Williams. And they ultimately said that Peyton was in the act of shooting. He was not in the act of shooting. So it's like they screw that up all the time, both ways. It's I know the continuation used to get absurd back in the day where it would be like 5 steps and it's like, really, he's getting that, but now they've pushed the other way where they rarely give it to you, and when they do rule on that, they get that call wrong an awful lot.
Oh no, I agree, but I do your point about the intentional foul situation. To stop a fast break would be cleaned up, similar to what the colleges have done. And so the NBA, they obviously, have their rules committee, and they decide what's best for their league. And but I agree with you, Larry. I think it's bad for basketball.
Another thing that is
interesting
with basketball and I heard Grant speak about this, Grant Napier on the show. I think what's bad for baskall is the corner 3, where if they
too short, too easy.
Yeah, and get rid of that. And because guys are camping in that corner, you got a 3-on-1, and instead of 2 guys cutting to the hoop for a nice layup, 2 guys run to the corner. For the 3.
It's a modern day break.
Yeah, the problem is it's like you'd have to extend the court width-wise, because if you were to cut it off...
No, you can just make it... You can actually just make it...
so you can only shoot 3s from the top?
No 3s from the corner. From the side, from the base, on the baseline.
He's saying eliminate it. Basically, just eliminate the 3-point in the corner. Make it just for where it arcs out.
Your arc would hit the sideline.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you look on the NBA 3-point line for about 12 feet, it's a straight line. And then, so there is like a channel on both sidelines down towards the baseline where guys can shoot 3s from that's shorter. So I think what my brother is stating is you take the distance from the top of the key and you set the arc, and where it hits the sideline, it hits the sideline.
The spacing would be bizarre, though.
But you'd also have more of an inside game. You'd go back to a little bit of traditional basketball. Now the game is just a 3. There's some teams are shooting over 50 shots from 3. I mean, Dallas is notorious for that. That's how they won their
first half of this game, Dan. The first half of this game, Golden State, let's see, what was the score at halftime? They were up 54-39. Golden State was plus 21 at the 3-point line in the first half. That was the key factor. I mean, Golden State was plus 9 on the glass in that first half, but it was a pretty even first half, except for Golden State was plus 21 from beyond the arc. And that now the game has so much become about shooting the three and defending the three.
I just think the game would be so much better because it would allow for a combination of old style basketball where you have a post man who's got his back to the basket down low, and you'd have the 3-point. But when you have to just defend, everything's way outside, it just leaves the center open and nobody takes it. It's just, 3-point shots, because if you sag off a little bit and make that guy in the corner, maybe he's, he either wants to, if they want to get a 3, they got to get it back out and around, or just take it for a 2, but it's just this constant 3. And I think it was great for a while, but I think it's going to eventually, I think it's bad for the game. I agree with Grant.
Because Dan, also, I like the way the Warriors play, where I feel like that's one of the things that's most misunderstood, and probably 20 years from now will be really misunderstood. Is it's Golden State started the whole thing with analytics, and they realized 3-point is worth more than 2 and stuff. But really, we're not. We're not a mid-pack team in terms of 3-pointer shot nowadays.
Yeah, they move the ball and go.
We're running. We're cutting. Peyton's cutting to the. I'm just gonna. You know what, Dan? I'm down to be. Old man yelling at the whatever. I'm down to be that when the Warriors run's done and everything becomes the Luka Doncic, James Harden thing, where it's we're going to maximize, so we don't have turnovers. We're going to have our one star hold the ball who we can rely on the most. He's going to drive, and then we're going to get the reverse of the Curry gravity where they come in and we're just going to kick it out to 3. It's that's not fun to watch.
That also just to tack on to what Rice said there. The one thing we did see in this series is we saw a contrast in styles.
Yeah.
We saw Boston with, they a lot of handling of the ball up top with Brown and Tatum, a lot of pounding the dribble, multiple sequences up and down the floor where, maybe only 2 or 3 guys touch the ball, where Golden State's relying on body movement and ball movement and a lot of passing and cutting. And once Golden State wasn't turning it over, I think that's a much more difficult style to defend than what Boston.
Absolutely.
I thought, I think people were critical of Boston, and I think there's some reasons to be critical of Udoka. One of the reasons I thought it was real, I would have been critical of Udoka, is I just felt like Boston made themselves very easy to defend. Golden State did not have to sit there and wonder where they were going to be, wonder where Tatum was going to be. They knew exactly where Tatum was going to be, and they just made it real easy. It was not, they didn't switch things up. I don't know if Boston wasn't capable of switching, or if their players are younger, or maybe their players are a little bit more limited. I don't know, but I just felt like we didn't see a lot of wrinkles from Boston as the series progressed, and they gave Golden State such a static look on offense that it allowed Golden State to figure it out, understand where the help was coming from, and they had the whole thing in front of them. And I didn't see the adjustment from Udoka. I didn't see that Boston taking advantage of their size mismatch inside, and I saw a team that allowed themselves to be D'd up by a goal. I think Golden State's a good defensive club. If you said to me, if we're comparing dynasties, I think I would take the Bulls team that had Jordan and Harper and Pippen and Rodman, because I think they played suffocating defense, maybe the greatest defense I've ever seen, 1 through 4. But I gotta blame Udoka a little bit for giving Golden State just some basic looks on offense and made no adjustments. And I just felt like Golden State looked more and more confident on the defensive end of the floor as the series progressed.
And if there's one thing that was consistent throughout you can look at the series, it was Golden State scores between 100 and 107 points every game. Boston fluctuates. So I'll give them this. They were consistent on the defensive end, but you're exactly right, Larry. They did not adjust. They had no wrinkles to their offense. I heard Boston fans or Boston guys I listen to, they're oh my God, what a novel idea. You see Gary Payton. Oh my God, he cuts to the basket. I've never seen that before.
I want to go back to this real quick and make a point with Steph. A lot of people blame Steph for this era of 3-point shooting, and it's a ridiculous comments to say that, because if you watch Steph tonight, what did he do? He drove to the hoop when he had the big man, when Horford or Tatum or Williams was on him. He just danced and he waited and he took it and he'd take it all the way to the rack. And, the Golden State is not just a 3-point shooting team. They're known for it because of their Steph and Clay and their efficiency at it, but they take a lot of 2-point shots.
Yeah.
And they will give up the 3 for a good 2-point shot, where a lot of teams who didn't have that, they've come into the league and say, oh, we're just going to shoot 3s because that's how, if we make 40% of our 3s, that's like 50% or more, 60% from 2, So, but the Warriors don't do that. Like you said, Ryan, they're middle of the pack of the league. The league has tried to catch up with the Warriors, and they've swung the pendulum way too far. And that's why the Warriors are the champs, though.
Reasons, Dan, that's one of the reasons why they won't change that 3-point line in the corner, because you have the defenders have to stay out on shooters in the corners. And so, you're right. Steph was able to, the key points in the game, Steph went by guys and finished at the rim and finished, 2-point shots. But the help was out in the corners on Thompson and Poole or Wiggins. They didn't help off. And but look.
You're saying that if they took away that 3, then guys would just sag in and stop the driving.
Absolutely. So, because look at the rules. It's the rules now have been more towards up-tempo games. They want more scoring. It's a game created for television. And so you've got the freedom of movement, where they don't let defenders hand check or even use their forearms like they used to before. Any kind of hold, they immediately call the whistle. They want freedom of movement. They want dribble drive. They want 3-point shooting, because that's the way the rules are set up. So they're not going to get rid of that 3-point corner shot, I can guarantee you right now, because the way the game is being played, it's very popular. I mean, Larry and I can remember when the NBA Finals were on tape delay. Remember when Seattle was playing against Washington? You'd have to wait, and the CBS would show it later on. I mean, the NBA wasn't very popular. And then, of course, Larry Bird came in along with Magic Johnson. If you look at the popularity of the game right now, the Americans are now playing a lot like Europeans. The European game was laughed upon by, years ago, decades ago. They're setting all these screens and they're shooting all these 3s and they're running up and down. Now the NBA and college basketball is very similar. That it's all about entertainment, high scoring, freedom of movement, 3-point shooting, and the game is popular. They're not going to change it.
It was incredible to watch Golden State get this ring, especially in Boston. I think it makes it more special when you consider the venue. It's a historic venue, even though it's not the original Boston Garden. And I just think it was an incredible sporting event. I can't wait to go back in the house and watch it again. Draymond Green, I thought was terrific tonight. 12 points, 12 boards, 8 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks, plus 16. Stayed, seemed like he really. I thought if you said to me, biggest sequence of the entire game, okay, I thought it was in the third quarter when Golden State's up 74-62. With 1:55 left in the third quarter. Wiggins gets called for walking out of the timeout. And then Al Horford gets a 3-point play. And they had just hit a bunch of 3s. So now it's 74-65. It's a 9-point game. And even though 9 sounds like a lot, the momentum had shifted and the place was rocking. And they flipped it around and Green got it. And he had Williams and he gave Williams he kind of lulled Williams into a thought that he was going to pass. And then Williams Williams sagged off just enough, and then Draymond, I think it was free throw line extended, might have been right top of the key, and he stuck that jumper, or maybe it was even a set shot, and it made it 76-65. It took the lead back to 11. But right there, I mean, that was Boston ended that third quarter on a 16-4 run. If Draymond doesn't hit that shot, who knows? Right. And then all of a sudden, next possession, somebody hits a three. It's a 6-point game. I thought that Draymond jumper where he kind of ball faked Robert Williams and just hit that shot, I thought that was huge. I thought that was an absolute huge momentum shot. Do you remember that sequence, Steve? And give me your thoughts on Green, because I think people like to play this Draymond Green's out of control. I think you saw today that Draymond Green in this series, the Draymond Green has moments where he can get out of control. But, man, you put the money on the table, and this guy is going to play smart, good basketball on both ends of the floor. I thought he was outstanding tonight. I thought he had the key sequence, the key shot.
Yeah, I mean, Game 5 and Game 6, we saw Draymond Green that led them early when you go back to their early championships against Cleveland. The fact that he made 2 3-point shots tonight, and that he finished on a layup drive, and of course that 3 on the inbound, or that 2-point shot you're talking about on the inbound play when I think there was about 7 seconds left in the shot clock. The fact that he made 3 perimeter shots really broke Boston's back.
Yeah.
It was demoralizing because they weren't guarding him. And Green had not hit a 3-point shot, the entire all the
series.
way up through the first 5 games. He was over
12, yeah.
And so for him to hit that first 3 was a surprise. And then I think he missed one.
Yeah.
But then he made another one.
And then Van Gundy got on him, and then he kept shooting.
I'm just watching a few highlights of right now on ESPN and saw the one of Steph's threes. Draymond set a perfect pick on Smart, and just and then he had that one pass to Wiggins on the break that Wiggins jammed.
Yeah,
and then I can't remember if it was him that they did another one to Clay, where Clay did a reverse kind of a layup on a breakaway. So yeah, Draymond is in every highlight. I mean, he was just spectacular tonight. That's probably the best I've seen Draymond play in a meaningful game in probably
since Game 7, 2016.
Yeah, I was going to say years. Yeah, in years. I mean, he was as focused as I've ever seen him. He took that, as I mentioned earlier, they called a block on him, and I thought it was a charge. I mean, he was backing up, and he got run over, and he didn't get up and complain and start flipping out and going over to Kerr and say, review it. He just got up, and he says, all right, I'm going to take it. I'm going to get back and D up again. And had that been Game 3, Game 3, Draymond, he would have been complaining and getting the crowd going against him. He didn't let the crowd get into the game because, at that point the Warriors were taking it to him. So I thought he really was as focused as I've ever seen him. To me, it was like he was determined that they weren't going to get to him, and he was going to shove it down their throat tonight.
And it's really cool because it's like I feel like if he didn't struggle, he would not have played that game. Like, he struggled, and then afterwards, I've listened to all his podcasts, and it's like, you won't see me like struggling again. And then he struggled the next game. And then it's like, I think he had to kind of reach deep. And I mean, that was the biggest thing when I would go back and rewatch the games, is like, if Draymond was out there and Kevon Looney was out there, it was, Marcus Smart or Rob Williams would be on Draymond Green. And because of that, he would just camp in the paint. And it's like, that guy's an exceptional defensive player. Like, you don't see many guys that can like block like Poole and Curry's like 3-pointers. And then anytime anybody goes to the lane, like, they're going to get swatted. So the fact that he could basically just play free safety, and Draymond was relegated to,
Yeah, I was actually rewound it tonight. Rewound that last play of the half where he
Mhm.
blocked a Green shot and they thought it was goaltending the Warriors. But I was watching it. He was actually defensive 3 seconds because the Warriors had the ball with like 6 seconds left, and he just went down and camped in the middle, and then he blocked that shot with like 1 second. He was in there for like 5 seconds with nobody around him.
Hey guys, Still Dossie donates $2.99. He says, "Will Cy be joining to humble Rise outlandish takes?" Well, Still Dossie, Cy's already been here and stopped by and left. So unfortunately, Cy will not be joining us tonight, but we will get Cy back in the next couple of days, and we'll do a live stream with him and talk more Warrior basketball and get more reaction to this incredible series, this incredible season, historic season for the Warriors as they win a championship, another title for Golden State. It's amazing when you think about what they've done here. 4th title in 8 years. It's a true dynasty without a doubt. Now, you look at this, guys, and you say, okay, Curry's, going to be 34, headed towards his mid-30s. Draymond and Clay are not far behind. And it's easy to say, maybe this is it for Golden State. But then you think about it for a second, and you look at the West. And I'm looking at the West right now in the standings, and I'm looking at these teams. Phoenix had the best record in the West, though they may move DeAndre Ayton in a sign-and trade this offseason. Memphis had a good record. They were better than Golden State, 56 and 26.
Just got better today.
Dallas just added Christian Wood today.
Yeah.
But I mean, like T-Wolves have a nice young core with Edwards and Cat. I mean, they've got some nice players. When you're looking at the West and you're looking at the next 2 or 3 years and you're looking at Golden State and the addition of Poole and Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman and their whole young core, not to mention they've got 3 picks in the draft next week, and who knows who might sign here as a free agent. Who, if I said to you, give me 2 teams that you think are going to stand between the Warriors and going back to the finals in the West. We'll take the East aside, put the East aside for just a second, just examine the West. Who do you really, I'm looking at some of these teams. I love Jokic, and Murray will get healthy, and I think Denver will be a little bit better. I could see the Clippers being a little bit better. But Dallas got better today. Memphis has kind of a good young core. Phoenix, I'm not really sure if they move Ayton, Chris Paul's an older player who's not getting any better.
I think Phoenix is done.
Who is the team? If I say to you, give me 2 teams in the West that you think, that if you could move out of the West, move out of the picture altogether. Who's going to run with Golden State? Who's going to challenge Golden State or potentially keep them from going to the finals in the next couple of years in the West? Who do you guys think? Steve, what do you think?
I think Memphis. I think John Moran is a force. And I think that, they've got athletes and that they play hard. I thought that coach did a really good job with them. And they seem to be headed in
Taylor Jenkins. Yep.
Upward move. They're moving up. And of all the teams in the West, I think Memphis will get better. And, I thought they were kind of fortunate that Morant got hurt.
Yeah.
They were. But, I'm not saying that they're the only team, but if I had to pick one, they seem to be on the way up.
How about you guys? What do you think? Who's the team in the West? To me, it might be the T-Wolves.
I think it's Memphis and Dallas and Minnesota is on the rise. And I would stick with, I think Utah is in transition.
Yeah, they're over.
And what about Clippers? Clippers are going to get Kawhi and Paul George.
Kawhi and George back. Yeah, they're going to be, I would pick the top 5. I would say Warriors, Memphis, Dallas, the Clippers, and Minnesota would be my 5 teams, because and we'll know even more next week with the draft. And then the first week of July, we got the free agency. So lots going to change in the next 3 weeks that we'll see. And I think at that point, but I know Dallas, I don't think they're done knowing Mark Cuban. I think they're going to make another move, probably try and sign a significant free agent, and he's going to go for it. And he's going to have to add some depth, but he's got to get a couple of better starters, and he just got one today. Is their weakest point was they didn't have anybody at the 5, and Christian Wood's like a 20-point guy that shoots like 40% from 3 as well, and he can rebound, shot block. So I hope the Warriors, Wiseman's healthy, and I hope maybe they try and sign JaVale McGee. I hope JaVale will come back for maybe another title run and take a league minimum.
I think that for example, for Dallas, I think that it was really important that they played us because they, I think they kind of felt like, oh, we conquered Phoenix. They're the better team. But they kind of realized there was a different level. And with all of the way, Phoenix plays a very conventional, like pick and roll, kind of old school.
Oh, I forgot Phoenix. Phoenix is going to be in there too. Yeah.
But they played like kind of a conventional old school, offense. And I mean, Luka and those boys got gassed. They were not in their threes because they got gas. And
Luka doesn't play great defense individually himself.
He needs to get in better shape too.
Luka's a very confident guy, but I think that he respects this Warriors team and like Steph Curry. And I think he realized, you know what? I think this is going to be the year where he's like going to come in awesome shape and not.
If I'm Luka, I take $500,000 and hire the best personal trainer and chef and
Chef Curry.
Yeah, and come back and say, remake my body to withstand, an entire 82 game schedule and a playoff run of 20 plus games. I do think what Steve said earlier, I think the Warriors are going to do a lot of reduction of Curry's playing minutes next year. Instead of averaging 34, 35, you might see him only play about 30 minutes a game. And I would say they'll try and manage his load and maybe only plays 60, 65 games. And they do a lot of resting because if you look at the Warriors run, Klay Thompson didn't come until January 9th. And so
he played 5 months together or something like that.
Yeah. But he hit his peak going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Draymond missed a couple of months. Steph missed a month. There's something to having fresh legs. I listened to Jason Tatum being interviewed today before the game. It was actually done yesterday, but they asked him, how do you feel? How's your body? He says, you would expect the cliche, oh, I feel great. He didn't say that. He said, I'm tired. This is a long run. It's a long season. But everybody's tired. So this becomes a mental thing. I don't think the Warriors – what's that?
I was going to say, I think that was a real thing too, is that Ime, you saw today, all of a sudden we had Pritchard out there and we had kind of ran
those guys were exhausted.
It was because Tatum's played the most minutes of any guy in the playoffs. Like these guys, there's a reason other than him being, not experienced, is that he hasn't been showing up in the fourth. It's like these guys have been playing the entire game.
Yeah, they're tired. Their legs are tired.
It is interesting how the NBA it's so much about stars, but I kind of felt it when the Warriors played Toronto. The Warriors had stars, but Toronto had depth.
Yeah.
And it just always seemed like they had another good player coming off the bench, another guy who could contribute on both ends of the floor. And Golden State had stars. And then all of a sudden, they had the injuries.
2 went down.
And a couple went down.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're looking around and you're going, wow, Toronto's just deeper. They're way, way, way deeper. And I don't know. I mean, obviously great players that win in the NBA. Steph was the best player in this series and the Warriors won, but the Warriors were so much deeper. And I think Golden State was correct to go that route. Let me ask you the guys this. If it came right down to it, because, we don't know what the offseason is going to hold. The Warriors are spending the most, and they're spending a ton of cash. And I think Lakeup has made the point that he'll spend what's necessary to win. But if the core is Green and Wiggins and Curry and Thompson, and then Looney and Peyton and Poole and Kuminga and Moody, if that's your kind of core going forward,
and Wiseman.
And James Wiseman. Thank you, Danny. And you had to move one of those core guys for financial reasons. Who do you move? Would you rather move Poole and not pay him the max, even though he's young? Would you rather move Wiggins after what he just did? And how do you move Wiggins after what he just did? You're going to the finish line with Curry, but man, the fans have a love affair with Thompson. I think Green is still very much the straw that stirs the drink. So, I mean, if you had to move off of one of Golden State's core players, and I'm not talking about Damian Lee or Toscano Anderson or guys like Porter or Bielitsa who are free agents this year. I'm just talking about who's that?
Smilagic.
Yeah, well, Smilagic is no longer here. But I'm just saying, like, if you had to move off of one of Golden State's core players for financial reasons, who's that guy? Who's the guy that you would vote off of Warrior Island?
Okay, wait, can I have a huge cop out and say I think that it could have been different if we didn't win the finals, but because we won the finals, like, I think that you have to bring everyone back, and we get the awesome benefit of, because we just won the title and we showed that we basically like took Andrew Wiggins and took him from the worst contract in the league in people's eyes to now a guy that, like, I don't know, would you take Andrew Wiggins over Jaylen Brown? Like, it's like all of a sudden he's super crazy valuable. People will pay him the max. I think we're going to get. You might be able,
if you wanted to move Wiggins, his value's high. If you wanted to move Poole, his value's high.
Yeah. But what I was going to say is, like, we're going to have to let like Porter go, but we're going to start getting guys that are actually really great players that are down to sign on the minimum for 1 year to get a shot at a title. The same way when Clay, when he was supposed to come back, before he ruptured his Achilles, there was all these rumors that we were going to get Batum, we were going to get Ibaka, we were going to get, and then they all backed out once they heard about Clay. So I think we're going to get a bunch of guys on the cheap. And then I think we just have to make sure. I think the other thing that's huge is, call me crazy, and I don't want to bring up Jimmy G, but the way like Jimmy G was like in the Patriots organization when they won those titles, like, I think it's not, even though he didn't play, it's like he was around that culture. I think even though Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman didn't necessarily get that many minutes in the finals, I think this whole sort of thing is going to make them, like, jump to kind of a next level. And like, I think Poole could be even way better next year. I think,
I don't get rid of anybody that's in their 20s right now, man. There's just no way.
But if you had to move somebody off that core, who you move?
You have to. I mean, there's no option. You've got to move. Okay.
It sounds like the discussion from around the team was that you can't pay everybody, and that either somebody's going to have to go. And I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's a false premise. But if somebody had to go, who would it be?
Okay, you're going to put us on.
Who would you say, Steve?
I think he's done a great job. But if they're going to have to pay a lot of money, then I think that they would go with Weissman. And
you said Looney? Is that you said Looney?
Looney.
Here they can't give up. To me, they can't give up Wiggins. He has shown that he has the character that has matured. All of the bad rap that he had about being lazy, and it was true. His attention to detail was poor, and he wouldn't pay attention. He wouldn't play hard all the time. Took bad shots at times, but his role wasn't very good. He is the future of the Warriors, and so is Poole. And so those two guys, along with Kuminga, along with Moody
and
Weissman, that's their future. Now they still, in my opinion, got another 2 good years out of Steph, at least. I think Clay is going to be on the downwards. He's going to decline, so that's why Poole's so important.
Right.
And if Green's under contract, and he's going to play hard, but I think with those.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. We lost Steve.
And
it was Rye too.
A double takedown.
Double takedown.
Oh my goodness. That was a Marcus Smart locked up both their arms and just took them out of the play.
Steve was probably making a good point, and Kevin F said, "Do we mute them?" Muted? No, not
what
muted.
To Ryan, they just like disappeared off the.
Yeah, my internet just crapped out for a second.
Oh, you had the call.
Did you have the call?
Yeah, I still have the call. That's yeah.
Can we get Steve back or
no? I have him back.
Oh, you do, Steve? Are you there?
All right. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we got you, but we lost you there. We lost your whole thought. So if you could start from the top.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's all right.
I thought was
Muted.
that if they had to let go of some, Moody is even as great as he's been. I think that if he was going to cost a lot of money, you would
mean Looney?
Him let
You mean
Looney
Looney?
go.
You said
Because
Moody. Yeah,
the
Looney.
future, Looney.
Yeah.
Moses Looney.
Looney would be.
Yeah,
Hey,
come
yeah,
on.
speaking of Looney,
Because,
Kendrick Perkins.
So go ahead, Steve. We were interrupting you. Go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry,
no,
I'm
I
his
think
brother. I
that
can
Looney would
interrupt.
be the one that you could let go because I think you can replace him with Weissman and maybe even another player. The players that I think that you have to keep are Wiggins and Poole because they're the future, and I think that Kuminga and Moody will come up, and the youth. I think they've got a couple more years with Steph. Green's contract, no one's going to take his contract, I don't think. And I think that he'll, as long as his attitude is good and he's playing hard, I think they'll limit the minutes on Green. I think they'll limit the minutes on Thompson. I think they'll limit the minutes on Curry, and they'll transition the younger guys in and see if they can steal another championship with the big three.
You know, we haven't even pondered because it's like, we're not there yet, but it clearly is a possibility, especially when you factor in what he's looked like and where he was drafted. What if James Wiseman is a total beast?
Yeah, I know.
What if James Wiseman is I don't know who's somebody you can compare him to. What if he was what if he's a cross between Jaren Jackson and Clint Capella? What if he's like some monster who can run the floor and jam and defend and block shots and score 15 a game and get you 8 or 9 rebounds? And that's the thing. I mean, we just kind of want to see him out there. But he was drafted at the very top of the draft. I mean, on some level, I would think the expectation is that he might be one of the better centers in the league at some point. I think we've all kind of
as good as Robert Williams.
Yeah. What if he's better than Robert Williams? How good could this Warriors team be? Imagine that. That'd be something else.
That's frightening.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I saw him play the game or two he played at Memphis, and he was unbelievable. And then we got a little bit of a taste of him in last season when he played before going down, and you could see the potential with the guy. I mean, the lob threat, the running the floor when he just would outrun the guards and pass them with the ball, and then they'd go in and for a bounce pass slam. Or he has amazing wheels. But one of the things they're going to probably do with him if he's healthy, I'm sure they're going to guard his minutes again. They are going to play for, I don't think they'll let the season play out. And if they have a possibility at the 1 seed, and they've got a stranglehold on it like Phoenix did, I think they would maintain it. But if they're not going to go all out because they know that getting the 3rd or 4th seed is just fine, and they'll be totally comfortable with that. And I think that's what they're going to do next year is they're going to limit a lot of these guys' minutes. You're going to see a lot more playing time of Moody and Kuminga and Poole, and some of your role players, like I think Damian Lee might come back. You'll see him play a little more in the regular season, and you'll see Peyton, hopefully if he signs, play more minutes in the regular season. And somebody in the comments section mentioned Justin Jessup, who was drafted
Justinian
or just out of Jessup. Out of wasn't he BYU or something like that? Was he BYU or Utah somewhere?
Yeah, it was some. Yeah.
Anyway, he kind of is a left-handed 3-point shooter along the lines of the Joe Ingles. Kind of reminds me of him when I've seen him play. He may be a guy that takes a spot on the team. So you'll see the core support these guys with
They have 3
probably
picks in next week's draft as well.
yeah, and you'll see them support these guys with 30 minutes, 32 minutes a game, and when they need to play 35, they will. But you're going to see their minutes limited because they are going to save these guys' legs. And don't be surprised if you see guys go down with, I'm not saying fake injury, but they'll make up something so a guy gets 2 weeks off. And
they did it this year. Every time there was anybody in the second half of the year, they played it. It's funny. This year it could be cut into a couple different parts. They started off whatever it was, 18-2 out of the chute, and they looked phenomenal. Then they played. I thought they played, in a championship level. They gave us a glimpse of what we saw tonight on Christmas when they went into Phoenix and they slapped the Suns around on their home floor, and then suddenly, they get to the second half of the year, and it's like anytime anybody had any kind of nick, they just sat. And they were very conservative. With James Wiseman to the point where he never actually got out there. The trade deadline came and went. They considered options, but they never pulled the trigger on anything. And they didn't look good in the final couple months of the year. And then they flipped a switch. But the one thing about Golden State that was interesting and why I probably shouldn't have discounted them is it's like the NBA season's like a marathon, and to play in the finals is like completing a marathon. And they'd completed the marathon. So they knew how much energy as a group, players wise, coaches wise, they knew how much energy they needed to expend along the way to be on track to fire this kind of effort in the finals. And I just think that's such a huge advantage on all these other teams like Boston who have never played in the finals and have never played this deep into June. I just think it's kind of like I compared it to you guys the other night as, like one team's got a fast car, the other team's got a slower car, but the team with the slower car has got a GPS. And the Warriors kind of had that GPS. They kind of knew what they needed to do to get it done. So I think they expended less energy. They weren't just sprinting meaninglessly. They used their energy throughout the season, and Kerr did a great job, masterful job, if you will, at handing out the minutes and resting guys. And they knew where they had that look of like, we know what it takes to get it done.
Absolutely. Larry, let me ask you this.
Boston didn't have that. And now they do. Now they will. Like going forward next year, Boston will have the roadmap.
Let me ask you this, Larry. If Draymond Green, did he look like a player tonight that had a serious possible back injury earlier in the year? Because I believe that if that injury happened a month before the playoffs, he's playing in the playoffs instead of taking 2 months off during the regular season.
Oh, we're talking conspiracy.
No, I'm just thinking they just let him get better and better and rest and made sure he was 100%. I think
they just didn't push him. They just didn't want to push him.
Yeah, and I think they take advantage of those types of injuries, like Steph's foot. I believe he missed the last 13 games. Had it been 7 or 8 games before the playoffs, I think he would have probably been able to play. But they take advantage of those injuries to rest these guys up so that they're ready for
if they had been inexperienced, Danny, they could have tried to out sprint Memphis to the finish line for the 2 seed. Right. But instead, they're like, hey, you want the 2 seed? Take it. And we're going to make sure that we're going to enter the playoff tournament, if you will, ready to roll. And whether that be in the 2 seed or the 3 seed, it wound up being in the 3 seed, so be it. It's like, you know what? We're not going to have home court in this series against Memphis. So be it. We'd rather go in fully healthy, fully charged. And that you only get that. I think they made that decision based on experience. And it was probably one where they consulted their players on it as well.
No doubt. And you look at Memphis, what they did is they were sprinting for that number 2 seed. And then when they get into the playoffs, a lot of these guys are worn. And then they got to chase Steph around all over the court and Clay all over the court. And then these guys, like Ryan said, like Tatum, he was tired in the fourth quarter. He had, I don't know how many times in this series he missed both free throws.
Oh, I know. Seriously. And people were talking about, does he have a shoulder injury? And you know what? That is another really big thing as a guy who had to go through a bunch of crappy injuries in high school is like, Steph Curry hurting his foot like that. If this was 2015, like, I think it's over. I think it's all over. I don't know if he necessarily he probably will gut it out, but he would have played horribly. He's been through all the treatment and everything so much. And because that was like the same injury, it's like, he knows what he has to do. And yeah, it's going to be really difficult. And he kind of has to thread the needle, but like, he's going to be ready. Like these guys, they've gone through so much rehab and done all this stuff. They know what to do to get their body ready for these games. And I think
they know what 5 consecutive finals did to their bodies. And in a way, those 2 years was really kind of a blessing in disguise, because they were able to, when Curry missed that whole season after his hand, it was like they weren't going anywhere with him because Clay was gone. So it really rejuvenated him. And you think about that year, and then the earlier year that he had, Cy made a good point earlier. There's not a lot of, he's 35, going to be 35, but the mileage on him, he doesn't have and the shape that guy does. His workouts are unbelievable, and how he stays in great shape to run around the court like he does. And his defense this year was the best defense he's played in his career. And I attribute a lot of that to just his work ethic and his footwork that he puts in and his upper body strength. I mean, he was pounding Horford down there and Tatum. He was taking blows to his chest and letting them, and he wasn't giving. They weren't pushing him back.
He might not be quicker, but like if you see on those drives, he knows how to do like a little bit of pushing off, but like in a way that's okay.
Well,
and
his ability to finish inside is crazy too, by the way. I mean, it's uncanny. All the spin moves in traffic, high arcing off the glass,
he knows how to
the trees. I mean, the guy, to me, I mean, I don't know what's more impressive, the shooting ability or his ability to finish inside in a number of ways. And he puts it up there very soft on the rim. It's his ability to finish inside is tremendous. I mean,
highlight of his
all these layups. All these up and under layups, and he can use both ends and both sides. He uses the backboard. He'll go up and under. I mean, he's just got an array of moves. Do we still have Steve on the line?
Yeah, I think so.
Steve, you still there? Steve, it's 12:30. I almost feel like we should let you go. What do you have a final thought on the night? I mean, obviously a historic win for the Warriors and an incredible run for Golden State, but I almost feel guilty here at 12:35 keeping you on the phone. Do you have a few minutes? We're going to go till the top of the hour. We've already gone for 3 hours and almost 20 minutes, but we still have well over 250 people in the room. So there's an awful lot of interest, obviously, in the Warriors, and we'd be wrong to end the live stream with this many people in the room. But do you want to hang till 1 o'clock, or do you got to get up and roll?
You know what? I'll get off and let you guys go, but I have a couple of thoughts. And
sure.
First of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to be on during this playoff run. I've really enjoyed it, and I have always been really impressed with you, Larry. Your knowledge of the game, your professional approach. I'm really hopeful that this podcast becomes very popular, because I think you are very popular in the Bay Area.
Appreciate that, man. I really do.
Absolutely. I've enjoyed you for all those years you're on KMBR. But I will say this, that we're very fortunate to have all of these champions. But I'm really happy for Steve Kerr and for Bob Myers. I think those two have worked hard through the ups and downs. And Kerr, if you look back, I believe it was the finals during Toronto when he was having the migraines and he had the problem with his spinal cord, and he was in tremendous pain. And, it's hard work, the grind that he does, and his commitment to the game has been a long time. And he truly is becoming a Hall of Fame coach now. he wasn't a Hall of Fame player. You're right. He was a role player, but he is becoming a Hall of Fame coach. And I think it's outstanding. And of course, we're really blessed to have a player and a person, the caliber of Steph Curry, that we can be happy for, not just because he's winning and he's entertaining, but because of the kind of person that Steph Curry is. I think the Bay Area is very, very fortunate. So I'll say goodnight to you guys, and been very grateful for my time to talk with you guys. Thanks so much.
Steve, we really have learned quite a bit, and we'd love to have you back on. Definitely as we progress. I don't know. Do you watch a lot of college ball? Because on the 23rd, which is literally a week from yesterday, I guess, is the upcoming NBA draft. And I don't know what kind of insights you have on the college players, but we'll be doing live streams. We'll be doing probably a live stream on draft night. If you do watch college basketball on any level, I'd love to have you back on as part of our NBA draft coverage night show and give us your thoughts on some of the guys that are in the draft. And that's only if you're watching it and you feel like you want to and you have the time. And if you don't, that's fine. But if you have been watching, man, I bet you'd have some incredible insight.
Well, I actually followed college basketball much more than I did the NBA this year.
Oh, good.
But I follow. I've been friends with Eric Musselman a lot. I followed Arkansas, and I have a son that lives in Austin, and I went back in December, and I went back in August, and went to a couple practices with Chris Beard and the University of Texas. I was there with Tim Floyd was at a practice. It was hard to get into practice. There was a long time JC coach that ran a scouting service for junior college players, and I was friends with him for decades, Jerry Mullen. And that's the only way I got into practice. I called Jerry, and of course, Chris Beard used to be a junior college basketball coach in Kansas. And so he vouched for me so I could get in. It was like getting through Secret Service to get into the University of Texas practices.
Oh, gosh.
But anyhow, I've been friends with Mark Few for a long time, and I follow those guys. So I could definitely pitch in with the draft. Yeah.
Oh, that would be fantastic. In fact, in my live stream today with Larry Harris, I said, Larry, I can't do a live stream with you a week before the draft and not tell you who I like. And he's like, all right, who do you like? Because I have always told him through the years. And I told him I love the kid who plays for Izzo, Gabe Brown, who's a 3-and-D small forward, who's an academic all-conference player, working on his master's, 4-year starter, 92% foul shooter, 40% three-point shooter, 3-and-D guy who was like a leader, kind of talked them up. It's funny.
They had him in. They had
him in, and Larry Harris would only divulge that he's a hell of a kid. So he said, "You want him at the end of the first round?" I said, "Yes," but I really would rather have him probably at some point in the second round. But either way, I love me some Gabe Brown, and we'll see if the Warriors get him. They have 3 picks on draft night. But Steve, we'll call you back because I would love to get. Eric Musselman is a good buddy of mine as well. As another player I really love in this draft is Jalen Williams. There's a couple Jalen Williams. There's a Jalen Williams who played at Santa Clara, and then there's a Jalen Williams who's a power forward for Arkansas, and I love them both. I think they're both terrific, and so, if we can get you on draft night on the 23rd for a live stream to kind of break it down with us, we'd love to have you back, and we'll work through Danny and make sure we hook that up.
We got to get Muss on the show because I played AAU with his son for years. So,
great guy, terrific guy, and a terrific coach, and obviously second generation son of a coach. Nobody works harder than he must. I'll tell you that. And
media too.
Yeah. Oh, he's great. He's got boundless energy. He's incredibly prepared. It didn't work out for him in the NBA, but it wasn't because of lack of talent or lack of effort on his part. It just didn't work out. But I think he's better in the college game because I think he's so fun for the kids. I think he's an excellent recruiter, a really good X's and O's guy, and I would not be shocked if Emus, doesn't win a ring here in the next few years. I'd be shocked if he doesn't get one because he's that good of a coach. But Steve, have a great night, and thanks again for all your insights.
Okay, thanks, guys. Good night.
Thanks so much, Steve.
Steve Coccimiglio, who's been fantastic during these finals, Danny. I mean, really, really good. I mean, seriously, really enjoy getting your brother on here. The Hondalorian donates $5. Can we get a Dan Monster Slam? We definitely. It's 3. We're 3 hours and 25 minutes into this live stream. It's 12:42 in the morning, and still we've got all kinds of people in the chat. 250 plus people in the chat. What's that?
You take some calls.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's put. What do you got to do to take some calls? You got to put the number in the chat. So we'll do that. Okay, so we'll take calls right here. 510-823-0534. If your name is not Chardal, you can call that number, 510-823-0534. I'm just joking, Chardal. You can also call if you're still awake. But Hondalorian gives $5 for can we get a Dan Coccimiglio Monster Slam? Steve Coccimiglio's got a lot of traits, a lot of strengths, and he can talk a lot of ball, but he doesn't have the play-by-play of Dan Coccimiglio.
He's going to drive to the hoop again. He kicks it out to Wiggins. Wiggins drives, goes in for a monster slam. Oh, they're calling it an offensive foul. No way.
No way. I like the no way.
You know what's funny is I've been looking at Wiggins on Googling and YouTube.
You've been looking at Wiggins Googling? No way.
I've just been putting his name and everything now is referred to monster dunk, monster.
I know. I've seen that.
Have you seen that? It's like
monster. I've seen Monster Slam.
Wait a second. Are you suggesting that maybe you would like some attribution?
Yeah, I want royalties.
You want royalties?
Every time somebody uses the word monster.
What a Danny gets a patent on Monster Slam. He starts collecting fat checks everywhere. Dusty Gold says Larry's a no a-hole. Love Larry's channel.
Dusty Gold.
Where we are. Seriously, we've had a lot of good comments in here.
This is gone without a bathroom break. It's time for Pasquale. I might need one too.
This is the longest I've gone with a bathroom without a bathroom break. Distortion Productions. Larry was always the top Niners football guy at KMBR. No reason to tune into 680 without Larry there. Distortion Productions. I can't even tell you what we got planned for this summer at camp.
Yeah.
But we are going to be absolutely dominant this summer at camp. So look for more coverage.
Hey, let me just read something to you on the highlight on the ESPN. Warriors pass the Bulls for third place for most championships. That was
seventh
as of, and the Bulls had 6. So now we're in third behind the Celtics Lakers and Celtics are tied at, I think, 17.
Yeah, the Lakers fans were weirdly rooting for us.
Yeah.
Kevin F says Larry lobbying Larry Harris for Gary Brown. No, it was Gabe Brown, Michigan State. But
Gary Brown, that was the third baseman for the Giants years ago.
Alex Breitler says this really is a great show. It's up to us to spread the word. There you go.
Support it.
And support
and subscribe.
Yeah, right now.
And hit like.
Seriously, hit the like and subscribe button if you can. Why? Because it really does help the channel. If you hit the like, actually the algorithm starts to spread the show to more and more people. I think that's the explanation.
Hit the like right now. Everybody
hits the like right now, and everybody hits the subscribe right now. It's free to subscribe. We're right on the verge of 5,000. In fact, we might be. With this live stream eclipsing 5,000. I don't know if we're where we
look, but
I don't know. I think we're like 100 or 200 away, but we were getting like 50 or 60 a show. So we're on the verge of eclipsing 5,000 subscribers. I'm not sure if we're quite there, but we're on the verge. What's that?
I think we're 80.
We're 80 subscribers away. So if you are one of the 250 plus people in this chat right now, 3.5 hours in at 12:45 in the morning, if you can hit like and subscribe, that will help the channel tremendously. Also, before we go anywhere, let me also show you, if you want to support the show, you can be a member of the show, and we give you special content if you are a member. And we have a little little video that we can show you for about 30 seconds that will show you how you can join as a member. Check it out. There you go. Welcome back to the Krueg Show. Larry Krueger, Dan Coccimiglio, Ryan Smith. All right, why don't we do this?
There was some live tips in there or something. The tips. Was there any betting tips that we provide on that membership? Because you guys are listening to the man who said exactly what would happen in this series. He did miss games three and four, but he did get every other game right and said the Warriors would win on the parquet floor, which they did. And so if you want to be a true member and get real tips, you got to join because this guy nailed it.
That's right. You got to join. And there's some benefits to joining. I did a nice little video on Gabe Brown this week. I'm going to be doing some more videos on sleeper NBA draft prospects before the draft next week. And then, of course, we'll have just a whole slew of exclusive information. But with 250 people in the chat, why don't we do this? Well, since it's we're coming down the home stretch, it's 12:48. We'll play our commercials right here. Danny can get a bathroom break, and we'll come back down the home stretch and finish with your chat and have a few final thoughts and say hello to Danny's dogs as well.
Yeah,
it's all straight ahead. Buster, work, Buster. Buster.
Hey, Buster, come here. Buster, hey.
There's
Buster.
Faith. Faith has got a bandana going.
Yeah, they went to the for game 6. They went to PetSmart today, and they both got groomed and
nice.
Got their nails done, teeth brushed. Yeah.
Wow. Did I tell you I sent you the picture of our dog that got groomed, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Our dog, we have a golden retriever. She had a thick coat. My wife took her to the groomer. She got a buzz cut. It's like she's like, I felt like I was seeing her. She was like going to be an extra in Top Gun or something. It's like and then
I'm gonna step out real quick here while you're doing that. So these guys are begging to go to the bathroom.
Rise dog's faithful right there. What's your dog's name again, Ryan?
Ringo.
And Ringo is laying down the bed, right?
How's Ringo feeling? How's Ringo recovering?
Oh, he's doing great.
All right.
This is not that zoomed in. Ringo?
Yeah, look at that. Hey, Ringo.
Ringo looks like he's watching TV or something.
Put the headphones on, Ringo, so I can talk to him.
Ringo's also got a bandana.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look at that. Oh no, that's the from the vet though, right?
No, MeUndies, like the underwear that gets advertised everywhere. So my mom for Christmas got me and my girlfriend matching like the most comfortable pajamas that matched.
Oh, I thought you were going to say matching underwear. I said, Ryan's wearing panties.
Yeah,
my shorts were quite high.
Wait a second. Now there's nobody in the show. Everybody just hung up. There's nobody in the show. All right, let's play our sponsors. We'll play our commercials right here. We'll be back in just a minute on the Krueg Show. Larry Krueger here for Telmetrics. Thanks to Casey Bateman and the good people at Telmetrics. If you're an occupational therapist, if you're an orthopedic surgeon, a chiropractor, a physical therapist of any kind, Telmetrics is designed for you to use in your practice and will greatly benefit your patients. Telmetrics uses computer vision and artificial intelligence and provides a platform for outpatient rehab therapy services, both in the clinical and the telehealth environments. So using Telmetrics can improve your patient's experience and much more. So for all your sports injury needs, or if you're a physical rehabilitation specialist of any kind, make sure you use telmetrics.co, Telmetrix.co. And thanks to Casey Bateman and all the good people at Telmetrics for being a proud sponsor of the Krueg. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Dan Coccimiglio. Dan is a buddy, and he is a phenomenal retirement planning specialist. And you can contact him today at securemoney.com or at his number, 925-628-9966. There's a lot of uncertainty in our world right now, and you want to make sure that your money is secure. That is the key. Danny's got 25 years of experience, born and raised right here in the Bay Area, and he can help you get an immediate 10% premium bonus on your principal retirement account. So give him a call, 925-628-9966. He'll make an appointment with you, and you can sit down. It's not a one-size-fits-all kind of a deal. He'll consult with you and come up with a strategy to get you going to where you want to be. Once again, 925-628-9966, securemoney.com on the web. And thanks to Dan Coccimiglio and all the people at Secure Money for being proud sponsors of the Krueg Show. All right, welcome back to the Krueg Show. Those were our two original sponsors, but we have two new sponsors we'd like to welcome aboard as well. And thanks to Tony Cassera and the good people at Cassera's Italian Menswear. They are housing the Krueg Show t-shirts, and they're a proud sponsor of the show as well. The Krueg Show t-shirt, the Krueg Show podcast t-shirt is available there at their store in Dublin. Their address is 7372 San Ramon Road in Dublin, California. And go see Tony Cassera and get yourself a Krueg Show t-shirt and support the show. And special thanks to our sponsor, New York Style Italian Sausage. That's right, NewYorkStyleSausage.com is their website. Phenomenal product, whether it's the breakfast sausage, the Italian mild, the Italian spicy, the chorizo. You cannot go wrong with New York Style Italian Sausage. Once again, NewYorkStyleSausage.com, often imitated, never equaled. And they are a proud sponsor of the Krueg Show. Thanks to them as well. And it wouldn't be a Krueg Show without an appearance from our good friend, Pasquale.
We grew up with a Sunday dinner. That means no matter how busy you were, no matter where the hell you were, you came to dinner on a Sunday night. Yeah, Sunday dinner without sausage, it's like a church without God. You know, how can you go to church if you don't believe in God? You know, and along with the sausage also became the discussions. That was discussion night. You know, it wasn't a typical family that you sit there and you're quiet, you know, and you don't talk with a mouthful. Oh no, man. Italians talk when they're eating. Italians even talk when they're sleeping. And definitely we talk with our hands. So if we can't express it through our mouth, through our lips, we express it with our hands. So, and that's what sausage is, really. It's an expression, you know, that life is good.
Yeah, life is good. I love that message. It's a strong message. Thanks to Pasquale from New York Style Italian Sausage. And, of course, Casey Bateman and Dan Coccimiglio for being sponsors as well as Tony Cassera from Cassera's. And you can get one of the Krueg Show t-shirts if you go to Cassera's in Dublin. If they're out of their supply, they will be ordering more coming up in the days ahead. All right. We're in the home stretch here. We've been going for 3 hours and 37 minutes. It is 5 minutes to 1 and still 250 plus people in the chat. Everybody with a comment. So lots of different comments here. Fable JVC says, "Hey, Larry, Ryan, and Dan, what a night." Fable. What a night. What a night. I mean, absolutely so much fun. So much fun. It is
awesome. And the Warriors are somewhere in Boston celebrating at some place. That's got to be just classic.
Carlo P donates $2. He says, "Monster Slam plus Pasquale equals turning point of the season." Dusty Gold says, "No horse head in Larry's bed." Thank you.
I like Thengo.
Oh, go ahead. Which one?
How much could Dan bench press?
Dan, do you have a bench press somewhere there?
Not at all.
All right. I did 225 yesterday at the gym, and I was a little surprised because I hadn't sat down. But what happened was, a guy sat down next to me, came in, really skinny guy with a sweatshirt. He had sunglasses on, a mask on. He had a head. He had a head a hood to a sweatshirt on, and the hood was kind of tight down.
Yeah.
So the hood, the glasses, the mask. He had earphones.
That's a telltale sign of somebody that's been smoking too much pot.
And he says to me, he's like, "Bro, can you spot me? And I'm like, yeah, no sweat. So I spotted him, and then he's like, what do you bench? And I'm like, well, I mean, I used to do 275, but it's been years. I go, maybe he had two plates on there, which is 2 1/4. So he's like, he goes, you could do this, right? And I was, a little bit bigger than him as far as, I get, kind of a bigger upper body than him. And I was looking at him, I'm like, well, you could do it. Heck, if you could do it, I probably could do it. I go, but I'm going to need a lift off. Right. Yeah. So he gives me the lift off, and I cleared 2 of them. And then he helped me with number 3 and number 4.
That's awesome.
But 2 plates for, 2 plates. I mean,
wow.
Are we talking Walnut Creek 24?
We're talking about 225. 225.
But are we talking Walnut Creek 24?
Well, 24-hour fitness? No, fitness 19. Fitness 19.
I think we got to get, next time you go there and do 225, get a video of it, and then we put it on the show.
Yeah, I'm thinking Jim.
That could be a members only deal.
Yeah. I'll do 225 for the members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get a hernia. I start
all
blowing.
Of a sudden we got Larry.
Out.
We got Larry in there pumping, and then we roll to the next video, him being in surgery, and the doctor.
I mean, I can seriously do it. I can do a comedy routine on the gym, man. I mean,
I love gym talk.
The couples that are in there with matching headbands and wristbands. I mean, what the hell's that about? I mean, seriously, if you got a girlfriend or a wife, God bless you. But do you really want to have matching wristbands and headbands at the gym? And then there's that guy who sits down and he's making a ton of noise. Like it's like he's giving birth to triplets. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I mean, it's just
less weight, dude. Like,
it's like, dude, or the guy who's like talking. Yeah, I'm gonna max, dude. I'm gonna max out. I like to go low reps and heavy weight, and or the guy with guy who's just got the some ridiculous shake. He's obviously made some kind of ridiculous protein powder shake concoction.
Oh, he's got it with him.
Yeah, he's got it with him. I mean,
my thing is Walnut Creek 24-hour fitness. I don't know if you've been there, but that is a great people watching place, because it's all the women there, even the ones that are dang, you're really in really good shape, and you're putting up probably more weight on the squats than I can, but all fully caked up in makeup and stuff. I'm just Jesus, isn't that bad for your skin? And there's a lot of dudes that have spray tans, and they're so jacked, and
they're jacked. They're jacked, and they're taking all these amino acids. And if the guy ever farts, it's like, oh my God, it's going to clear the room. I mean, it's just so bad. I eat nothing but egg whites. Yeah, thanks. I'm sure that's good for you. But yeah, those guys, or the guy who's just this one guy literally he's talking himself up. You can do it. You can do it. You can. It's like, dude, you might be able to do it, but does anybody give a shit? I mean, seriously, at the end of the day, you're just a guy in the burbs. I mean, or the person who's just sitting there in front of the mirror, just sitting there flexing over and over and over. I mean, it's comedy. It's absolutely comedy. I used to work at the gym when I was in college, and I can't tell you every year, January 1st. I mean, people sign up for to go to the gym on January 1st. And then they come January 2nd, January 3rd, January 4th, January 5th. You're like, hey, good to see you, Bob. Making some progress, couple days. By January 10th, they're never to be heard from again. You never saw them again. And then you might see him in July. Yeah, I haven't been in a long time. Yeah, you joined 6 months ago, and you came for 7 straight days, and then you just evaporated. What happened to you? Yeah, I've been traveling. Yeah,
I wonder how much Planet Fitness has a good marketing plan. I wonder how many people they have on that $10 a month that they forget all about it.
No, that's it. Yeah. You have to put credit card down. We don't take cash, even though it's legal U.S. tender. You must sign up so that we bill you.
Sign up for $10 and stuff, and it's like
See, I believe in joining a gym that's like a dungeon. I don't want to join a gym where there's like, it's like, it's, there's all these amenities and everybody's walking around in spandex. I want to join a place. I want to join a place that it's just weights and mats and weights, and that's it. And the guy up front's like totally illiterate and just, it's funny. There's the guy who worked at our gym. He was just ripped. I mean, he's just ridiculously ripped. And he always used to say, "You don't want it like I want it." That was his line. I'm like, "Dude, man, you're jacked, man. You're seriously jacked." And he'd be like, "You could be jacked too." And I'm like, "Well, I don't know if I really need to be jacked anymore, to be honest." And he'd be like, "You know what? You just don't want it like I want it." And and after a while, his name was Pika, and we'd be like, "Yeah, you know what, Pika? We don't want it like you want it. No, I don't know if there's a person alive that wants it like you want it." But gym talk. I mean, we could go on and on. Okay, let's read the chat and then we'll bolt for the door. What's really good in the chat? Somebody says that Danny's abusing his dogs. No, he's not abusing his dogs. This guy says,
well, it must be after one.
Distortion Productions. Why is Larry's chin turning blue? That's I put on. Listen, because the Warriors won, I put on the blue lights in the room. I got all kinds of colored lights here. You pick
yellow.
a color.
You got any gold there?
There we go. You like that?
Gold.
You want Giants orange? You got Giants orange.
It's made of gold.
You want a little red? A little red for the Niners? You want a little blue for the Warriors?
We just have to one up you, Larry.
You want to go fade? You want me to fade your ass? I can fade. I can fade.
Hey, is Jay Hutch in the room anywhere?
Jay
Hutch, are you in the room?
It's a little late.
Jay Hutch was reprimanded.
Jay Hutch and his wife are seeing counseling right now. And he's moved out. What if he's like, "Hey, I really dig the show," and then all of a sudden, next time we see him, he's like calling us from a different location, and it's like, "Jay Hutch, what happened to your man cave?" Well, my wife and I. We're separated. We're separated now.
I'm thinking Jay Hutch might be something else right now. I bet he's. Let's see. Who is Jay Hutch? Who's making a lot of comments?
Ryan J says, "Mishearing Larry in the afternoon broadcast. He was with us for so much of this era." Well, you never know. You never know. You gotta just keep listening to the radio airwaves. You never know where I could appear. What else? We've got people saying that I'm a gambler. Larry the Don.
Man.
We got this one from Fable GVC. What a night.
Who's Dusty Gold? Dusty Gold's been in the room a lot tonight.
Thanks for the marathon sessions.
Could that be Jay Hutch, Dusty Gold?
We already had this one. Monster Slam plus Pasquale equals the turning point of the season. How much can Dan bench? That's what got us down that road. What else?
Hey, Dusty Gold, can you call in? Is it 305 where you're at?
In Murfreesboro?
Yeah, Dusty Gold. That could be Dusty Gold's in the chat a lot. But
Tommy Huxley says you called it in 6, Larry. Thank you, Tommy. I feel good about that at 1:05 in the morning here. With
wait. You know what's we haven't talked about yet, which is there was a guy who was even a more Nostradamus questionably than Cyrus. And his name is Drake. Drake put $100,000 on the Warriors to win the West, and then put another $150,000 on the Warriors to win the finals in 6.
Hey, I did win my bet. I forgot. I picked the Warriors to win Game 4 and to go on and win the World Series. It was plus.
You picked the Warriors to win the World Series.
Did I say the series? Did I say World Series?
You didn't say World Series.
Oh, I meant to say the series. It's 105. I mean, come on. I'm like, okay, so I picked the Warriors to win Game 4 at plus 265 and win the series. I would have won more if I would have picked them to win 4, 5, and 6, and I should have. I didn't listen to my master, and King Larry, and I should have done it, and I would have won even more. But anyway,
Dusty Gold says he's in Los Altos, Dan. So I don't know what that means.
So it's not Jay Hutch. I thought maybe Jay Hutch kind of changed his screen name.
It's good to know that Dusty's rolling fat, though. Los Altos is a very nice community.
Oh, also
Los Altos, isn't that where the
nice.
tracks? Los Altos.
What's that?
Isn't
No, you're thinking of
Los Alamitos.
You're thinking of Los Alamitos. That's down in That's down in Southern Cal, man.
That's right. That's where they run the.
Tommy and I used to talk about that. Dollar Dogs, Los Alamitos, the quarter horses.
Quarter horses, man.
Yeah.
Those are fun races, man.
Oh, those are fun races.
I bet on a few of those too.
Yeah.
Those are tough though to get. That's just a straight sprint.
Alex Breitler, we need Sharunas Marshallonis on the show. Okay. It wouldn't be a full chat unless we had a Trey Lance question. Hey, Larry, how big of a deal do you think Trey Lance healed finger will be in terms of his accuracy? I think Trey Lance is going to be exciting. Yep. I think he looked really good in the minicamp. He looked really good.
99% at minicamp, I would guess.
Look at this one.
Oh, Jay Hutch was on earlier. We got Mark Graves, but Jay
okay,
Hutch.
Thengo says, guys, go to sleep. Goddamn freaking little kids. Hey, we'll go to sleep when we're good and ready.
Hey guys,
I'm not before.
I have an organic plug just because I don't know if we can play it. I don't want to just risk being demonetized this late in the game. But there's this random guy who kind of went viral on TikTok who just like made a rap and then even put it on Apple Music. And like, I'm sure it hasn't gotten that many listens, but I've been listening all the time because it gets me fired up. And it's just this guy rapping as if he's Steph Curry, and it's sick.
Is it good? But we can't play it. I can't play it.
I don't think we can play it. I actually
Carlo P. Larry, what's the Niners record next season? We had a little discussion on that about a month ago. Larry said 11-6. We went
I was saying 11 and 6.
And I went bold and said 13-4.
Well, who knows? I mean, I'm not going to say you're wrong. I mean, I definitely wouldn't say you're wrong.
I just think Lance is going to be better than what people are thinking, and that the Niners offense is going to be really explosive this year with TDP and that backfield. That's going to be a 3-4. I think it's going to be a 4-headed monster with Mitchell, TDP, and Jeff Wilson and Sermon. And I think
they're stacked in the backfield. There's no question. Why don't we do this? This is 3:52. Why don't we, or I say it's 3:52. It's 1:08 in the morning, but we've been going for 3 hours and 52 minutes. There's still well over almost 250 people in the chat.
Must be asleep with their phones on.
I mean, it's just a ridiculous.
They're messing with us.
People.
See how long we'll stay on.
Let us go to goddamn bed. No. Okay. Carlo P has a question for Danny. He says, can we get a Giants Pirates preview?
Let's hit it.
Danny, do you have a Giants Pirates preview?
Yeah, the Giants play the Pirates here later on today. Now they're going to be going with.
Are we going to see DeSclafani? Is he coming back?
No, but we will see Cobb on Sunday, I believe. Alex Cobb's coming off the injured list, and DeSclafani will be another week. Today's what, the 16th?
17th, technically today.
Okay, 17th. So I think DeSclafani will be
the Warriors
ready
won the title on the 16th, but it's now the 17th.
DeSclafani should be back for to pitch against Atlanta. But what we've got going in this particular, the series against the Pirates, I think Rodon is going tomorrow. Let me see. Is it Rodon? Rodon is going tomorrow, and Saturday they have Alex Wood, and then Sunday Alex Cobb is coming back. So
what do you think of this one? This is interesting. Anonymous says Bednar traded to the Giants by the end of the weekend. David Bednar is the brother who pitches for the Pirates of Will Bednar. I suggested that move like 6 months ago. Is there a rumor that's actually out there that says that may happen? Because I've been so engrossed in Warriors.
Yeah, me too. I have not seen that. Anything.
Maybe you can see if you can Google that. Because, man, I would love Bednar. Bednar is a righty. The Giants drafted his brother. His brother's better. But this kid, Bednar, is solid. I mean, he's a good reliever. He throws 98. He's got a good breaking ball. I mean, that would be exciting if the Giants got Dave. Is it David Bednar?
Yeah, David Bednar. Let's see if there's any rumors on there. I don't. I'm not seeing anything that pops out.
Start versus the Giants today.
Is he starting?
I saw
as an opener.
Okay,
he's a reliever.
But why would anonymous? Why are you saying that? Are you asking us that question, or is that he says I started the rumor right here for you guys right now? Oh, great.
Oh, he just started it. Oh, well, that's
not usually. We don't go and starting our own rumors. But I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him with the Giants, to be honest.
It could be like a Monster Slam thing where we just put it out in the ether. Before you know it.
Fable JVC says, what do you guys think we'd have to trade to get Bednar? Probably Sean Jelly. Probably. Maybe Santos. Something good. Somebody. The Pirates have like about 19 ex-Giants right now, don't they?
Yeah.
They got Tyler Beatty. I mean, it's like Pittsburgh is where the Giants.
We might see Beatty in relief this weekend.
Yeah.
Probably will at some point.
Anonymous was like, you asked. Yeah, we asked. Well, you threw out the rumor. We thought it was legit, and then you made it up. No, I'm sorry. Sorry for inquiring. Some of the people in the chat I'd rather keep Sean Jelly. All right, why don't we do this? We're only going to go till for 4 hours. 4 hours. Once we get to 4 hours, I think that's a wrap. I'm not going to go all the way to 2 a.m.
We just have to set the record.
What is the record? 4:07?
No, the record's only under 4 hours.
I thought we did a 4 over the other night.
No, did we?
Check the YouTube page. I think it was 3 hours and 52 minutes.
Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, wow. 4 hours would be a new record. Yeah,
wow, we're real slackers.
Seriously, we're lazy asses over here.
This is just like the 2 to 6 show. I mean, in the afternoon, right?
We did a 3 hour and 10 minute. This is game 5.
Anonymous is now getting butthurt. Are you saying I'm not legit? No.
Oh crap! We did do a 4 hour and 10 minute game 4.
I thought so. Yeah, 4 hours and 10 minutes. So we're only 15 minutes away from breaking that.
Can't do it.
What is it? What's this? Low that truth 05?
It's Low the Truth. Like his name's Low, and he's the truth.
Oh, Low the Truth 05.
To break the record, we're going to have.
Thank you for giving us a great show. Thanks for giving us a great show.
Anonymous. What would you say? Are you saying he's not legit? And you said, no, we're not saying that. Yeah, I'm saying that, Anonymous. So that's not a legit rumor. So
Tom Pierce, are you guys on speed? We're not.
Joking.
Yes,
no, we're not. At least I'm not.
No, I do strictly water
and that cereal. You've been munching.
Oh yeah, I could crank out that. I'm gonna have
ice cream.
I'm getting hungry. I had my ice cream. I had my my drumstick.
Look at that.
Yeah, from
nuts on the outside.
Yeah, there's nuts.
Or did you go nutless?
Oh no, nuts.
Nutless or nuts?
These have nuts. Yeah, these are good. These are from Costco, man. These drumsticks are great.
Dusty Gold. I'm seeing bags
caramel.
under Larry's eyes. Thank you, Dusty.
Caramel.
I appreciate that.
Yes. I think it's time for Jay Hutch to call in.
Fable JVC. I'm glad I got to celebrate for a minute with you guys in here. Oh, well, we're glad you could as well. DJ Over the Top. Larry, your show was a great way to end the championship night. Man, this has been a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun on the live streams, but it's been even more fun during this Warrior run. Why? Because, it's just the regular season baseball is awesome, but you can only break it down for so long, and then it's like you kind of want to talk. But basketball, especially with the stakes of the playoffs and how deep would Golden State go? And they've been in the playoffs. Do you know the date of game 1 of Warriors Denver?
April, probably around the 19th of April, somewhere.
That was during COVID, right? Like, I don't even know.
I mean, it's June 17th.
Yeah, it was 2 months ago. It was 2 months ago.
It was 2 months? 2 months of playoffs.
It was like the 18th, 19th of April, I think.
Yeah, so
recall.
we've been doing these Warrior live streams, for a couple months, and obviously we've built a huge following, because otherwise we wouldn't have close to 250 people in the chat at 1:16 in the morning. But also we've had a lot of fun, man. We've had a lot of fun. We really have.
20th, 21st. Hey, just imagine we're having this great time because we live in. I mean, I'm down in Arizona, but I'm from the Bay Area. I come up to the Bay Area frequently, and but if we were like all from Detroit and we had to do a Detroit sports talk, what the heck would we be talking about? Oh, the Pistons got the number, fourth pick or fifth pick, whatever they got.
Hey, Cunningham. I don't know.
We got Cunningham, and we can talk about the Lions. Well, how about the Detroit Tigers? They're killing
up
it
right now. 510-823-0534. What are you thinking of Spencer Torkelson? I mean, do you think
got
Goff?
Nothing in Detroit, not even the Red
Do you
Wings.
think Goff turns it around? Is our head coach crazy?
Cabrera, top 42 player of the last 30 years? I'm not sure.
Gosh,
Where do you rank Cade Cunningham with the other great? I mean, could you imagine?
What would we be talking about? We wouldn't have nothing to talk about.
I mean, seriously.
I think we'd actually just click on those sex ads.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We'd be reading the porn chat.
Accidental content.
Oh my
goodness. Seriously. I mean,
commentary.
That's the beautiful part about the Bay Area right now. I mean, think about it. The Niners are going to be a 10-win, 11-win type team. They're going to be a Super Bowl contender probably for the foreseeable future. The Giants just won 107 games this last year. Yeah. They're exceptionally rich as a franchise. They have a lot of money. They've got prospects coming. They've got a smart front office. They've got a pretty smart manager. They've got a nice little, bit of momentum going.
Best
so the Giants
prospect I've seen since Posey too.
Who's that? Yeah. But I mean, seriously, the Giants have some momentum. So the Giants are going to be, they add the playoff team in the National League. They're going to be a contender. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And so you got the Giants contending, you got the Niners contending. And this Warrior thing, as much as you look at Steph and Clay and Draymond and say, well, they're a little past their prime, but then, they're not going to be able to necessarily carry the thing going forward. But I guess the thinking is that Poole and Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody might be able to carry this thing going forward. Or maybe they can make a move or two to use some of those pieces to bring in another piece to help them going forward. But I think Golden State, I mean, you listen to Joe Lacob talk. He talks huge. You see how expensive that arena is. He can't afford to have the Warriors suck. I mean, the Warriors have to be good. That's how expensive their arena is. I think partly, one of the reasons that they didn't just sell all those young players for Bradley Beal and put all their eggs in this year's basket was because of their arena, because of the cost of their arena. And they know that people aren't going to spend $50 for 3 beers to go see some team win 38 games and finish in 12th place in the West. So they've got to be good. They've got to be competitive, and they got to be competitive over a long period of time. So I think that more than anything was the main reason that they didn't kind of force everything into this year. But I think it was also really smart from the standpoint, imagine if they had traded, I don't know, let's say Kuminga and Wiseman, and they got Bradley Beal. Imagine the pressure that they would have felt to get it done this year. Now, because they kept their young core, there was pressure, but it didn't feel like, uh-oh, man, everything's about now. And if they don't get it done, they're screwed. Oh, my God. Their window is 2 years. It's got 2 more years on it, and then it's done. Then they're going to have to rebuild. They're not in that spot now. Now they've got a window that, they've got a title. They've got they've got a parade on Monday, and they've got a window that, you could debate how open it is, but it's clearly open. And if Wiseman is a stud, it's wide open.
Absolutely.
So who knows? I mean, I would say Golden State, if you said, what's your prediction on how many more rings they get? I would say I would bet. If I had to bet, I would bet almost anything that they get at least one more. One.
Oh yeah,
more.
I think they get one. I think they.
Ring.
I think they go this.
0.5? Sideways? Oh,
What does that say?
champion.
Midlife crisis. Midlife
What does that say?
crisis.
Back to back, right?
Don't ever do that again.
What is that?
Danny's
It's
got
1:30. It's 1:22 in the morning. What is that?
Yeah,
say?
we should probably.
He has to be muted. I mean, come on. I mean, you're talking about a grown man who's a financial planner who's turning his hat sideways. I mean, I thought you were going to bust off into like a Vanilla Ice rap or something. You know what I mean? Ice Baby or something with starring Dan Coccimiglio. You turn the hat sideways. Rye, did you get a haircut? I think Rye might have gotten a haircut. Did you get a haircut, Rye?
No, I've just been wearing a hat all day, so my hair's super slicked back.
I was trying to not show my bald head. So,
lean in,
there it is. There's the head, but there's the hat.
But it's so tan, Dan, I don't even notice.
And it's a great shaped melon that you have. I mean,
what is that? Back to back, right?
Have you ever thought about just going full shave?
I've done it a couple times.
Like Mr. Clean?
I do it a few
you ever
times.
thought about going full Larry David and just like growing the hair in the back?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be great. Hey, I've got a new prop bet for the Krueg members.
Okay.
This
What do you
goes
got?
in for members only. If you guys want to join and place a bet in the will the Bay Area get another world championship before any Detroit sports team makes the playoffs?
Oh, 1,000%. Oh, playoffs. Playoffs.
Well, you can forget the Lions and the Tigers.
I mean, the Red Wings have missed for 6 straight years. The Lions aren't in.
The Lions head
Tigers,
coach is talking about biting people's kneecaps, right?
What is that? I mean, Detroit. I mean, what does that city have for sports?
They have Detroit-style pizza, Dan.
Which I got that from Costco the other day. My kids really like it. It's like wall-to-wall pizza. There's like no crust.
Yeah.
And like Detroit-style pizza.
I
didn't even know of them. Did you know what Detroit-style pizza was?
I recently found out about it. God damn it,
I
you
love Chicago style.
Chicago style is like a freaking quiche.
I love Chicago style.
Yeah, if you don't like tomatoes, you're like, what the hell is the Chicago
style?
What's the best kind of pizza? I mean, the New York style is thin and kind of greasy.
Yeah, but if you get it on the where they put it in the flame broil, not the flame, what do they call that? Where they put it under the
flame broil?
Flame broil.
Whopper?
I don't know. I can't even think right now.
Yeah, we got to end this thing before we start debating pizza.
But I want to say this about the next championship. Who has a better chance?
Tom Huxley says, you're a freaking quiche. All right.
Who has the best chance of winning a title first? The Warriors, next title, 49ers or Giants?
49ers.
Warriors, Giants, or Niners?
Warriors. Actually, yeah, Warriors.
I think the Warriors have a great chance of repeating.
Well, the thing is, Dan, they're all going to win.
I guess I would say Warriors. Say Warriors. But who would be second? I'd say probably Niners.
I'd say Niners second. Watch the Giants do it this year.
Yeah, seriously.
Stranger things have happened. I'm not counting them out just because of this new playoff format with no single wild card elimination game. I like Webb and Rodon as 2 pitchers, and whether it be Junis or Wood or who's ever hot at the end of the season, I like the Giants pitching staff in any 3-game set, whether it's all at home or all on the road. I like them to win 2 of 3. And then you get into that next round, and I believe it's a 5-game set.
Ryan just put his Giants jersey on.
There we go.
Dude, put a Niner jersey over that. That would be awesome.
There we go. Got a Niner hat?
Do you have a Niner jersey?
No Niner hats, man. Here, I'll give you one of mine.
That would be awesome. You have a Niner jersey on top of the Giants jersey, on top of the Warrior jersey, on top of the Warrior T-shirt.
Go full Chardall.
But wait a second. Matthew Mears says, Larry, you missed my super chat. It was a very important statement. Matthew, what does that mean?
Did he put some bucks up?
Did you donate something that I didn't see?
This is the best I got available.
Matthew, if I didn't read your super chat, fuck me. I don't know why. I try to read them all. I seriously. I apologize. If you made a donation to us and I didn't read it, man, I'm sorry, Matthew.
If you made a donation, go ahead and send in without having to send another donation. Send in what you
send in what you said during your donation, and then I'll make sure I read it here.
There's so many comments.
$10. It says
$10
at 1:26 a.m. So what
was the question? Matthew Mears, what was the question?
Hey, for $10 at this late, you might as well just call in.
Hey, Matthew Mears, where are you from, punk?
Cool.
Where's Mark Graves says, where's the shark sweater, Rye?
What the heck is that hat say?
UEG.
What does that stand for?
It's like that one, my girlfriend's uncle's company. I just stole it from her.
Hey, guys, you know what I didn't watch a minute of today? U.S. Open from Brookline.
Not even who's in the lead?
Adam Hadwin from Canada is your first round leader by one shot over a group of golfers that includes DJ, Rory, and then there's Dustin Johnson's two shots back, I should say. Justin Rose, 2 under. He's 2 shots back.
Who's on
Justin
the back
Thomas.
of that Giants? Nothing. Right.
Oh, it's kind of lame. So,
you guys watching the U.S. Open today?
I forgot all about it, to be honest with you. I was so focused on getting a few things done and then playing my whole day around the Warriors.
Buster's teeth. Yeah, my dad bought this jersey for me just because. Okay, so I mean, I like Will Smith and all. Will Smith's fine. I wouldn't have chose it as my jersey, but just because I'm Smith, and then I was born on Friday the 13th, so my dad got me a Will Smith jersey.
Nice.
I was going to say number 13. Yeah, 13. Will Smith.
Mark Graves says Gary Radnich would ask callers how big they were before taking them on. He would do that. He'd be like,
really?
How big are you? I'd be like, I'm about 6'1", 260. 260? I better not try anything. I missed G-Rad.
What did Matthew Mears? He never said what he.
You said you donated $10. I'll believe you.
What was your question? We'll read it. We can't find it. We got over how many?
Why in the hell is this show 4 hours and 11 minutes long? And that would be a good question.
New record. We beat it. All right.
We beat the record. All right.
I've got a headache. I think it's time to.
Let's clap it up. Let's clap it up.
Hey,
Let's clap it up. Hey, if we beat the record.
Hey, Buster, look at that.
All right. Why don't we do this?
Beat the record, Buster. Buster's like 1:30. What are we still doing up on this show? And
Buster's like if your wife was here, he'd be in bed by now.
Come on, Buster. What are you doing? Buster,
let's hear one more. Let's do this. One more Monster Slam, and then let's get out of here.
You want to be on the show, Faith? Okay, there's your.
Hey, Faith. Faith's a good-looking dog.
But you gotta have faith.
That's a good girl.
Here we go. One more Monster Slam, and then we're going to call it a night.
All right. Monster. He's going to drive to the hoop again. He kicks it out to Wiggins. Wiggins drives. Goes in for a Monster Slam!
Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah. We ain't never